Hi. I made soup. Again. Oh, wait. I never did my... Fuck. I was running my payroll for myself because I have to do that. I have to pay myself and, like, take taxes out and do the good shit. And I forgot to fix the stream on YouTube because I have to, like, manually change the monetization settings and stuff. So I got to do that real fast. But hi, welcome in. How's everyone's day going so far? Company's whole database, including backups? What? What do you mean? What do you mean? I don't know. Everyone's real dumb. And I'm really sick of pretending that these tech bros and these companies that are obsessed with adopting AI into their workflow aren't dumb. Like, it's never going to do what you want it to do. And it's not capable of doing what they're selling it as doing currently. Therefore, it's just a bunch of bullshit that everyone is firing employees for and making huge sweeping decisions with. And it's like, that's not how this works. And it's not going to work like that for the foreseeable future. But then obviously you're like giving them PR. So then people keep doing this. Like, and it's driving me insane, actually. It's really irritating me. Also, my mandolin broke and I'm really upset. My mandolin is in my cooking mandolin, my shaving mandolin. So, which is irritating. Okay. What was I gonna do? I'm supposed to be editing. Yeah, last week's video was edited super last minute because there was supposed to be a brand deal on it and then there wasn't. And then the sponsor's already approved tomorrow's video, so it's perfect. So I just have to go through and do my like normal edits to give it to members. And then, God, I keep forgetting it's Monday. I keep thinking it's like Friday and I'm supposed to film, but I'm not supposed to film, you know? So what happens is AI gets dumber. Okay, so like this just happened with someone's whole like email flow, I believe, is it was like a bot that you add to like your other bots or something. And she was like, do not do X, Y, and Z, okay? And seemingly, because the AI was like deleting emails, it deleted that guide and then just deleted everything for at least this one instance that I heard about. I didn't hear about this one. I heard about this one girl whose whole life got like nuked because she gave over control to that one. That one was silly. That one was stupid because I was like, you're dumb. Like, I'm serious. Like, you can be really fucking smart and still be dumb. Like, I see it daily. I see it all the time. And to add to it, I saw a tweet about a study that showed AI hiring tours. Yeah, prefer resumes written by AI ones over written by humans. Same qualifications, experience, and skills. It's so fucking dumb. It's so fucking stupid. Sorry, I'm like eating soup, but the bowl is hot, so I don't want to pick it up. So I have to like lean down into it. Like, truly, I do think that so much of this comes down to the fact that we don't require humanities for STEM majors. Like, so many STEM majors, like, don't take basic ethics classes. Why do I need ethics if I'm going to be a computer programmer? Gee, I fucking wonder why, you know? Like, it's so much of that, it's not even just like, oh yeah, right and wrong. No, it's understanding and engaging in critical thinking past what is shown right in front of you. Like, that is something that is learned from philosophy classes, language arts, you know, social studies, like so many of these things that like you're like, oh, well, they got that in elementary and middle school. Okay, well, evidently they need a fucking refresher course because this is dumb. Hi, Sparkly, I'm yelling about AI again, because of course. Requirement Microsoft was doing. Voluntary require. What do you mean voluntary? Okay, that doesn't make sense. Voluntary requirement. Retirement. Are they giving them more money? Microsoft also wants us to not call it AI slop. So like, I really don't listen to whatever the fuck they have to say. Sorry, I'm making fun of the Mercedes boys. They look like they are gonna sell me an allergy medication that will probably cause stomach problems. Sorry, there's a purple suit for the Mercedes boys from Miami. And it looks a little goofy. It's not a good purple for them. I think it's a collaboration with it's a new bank. I don't know, it's some card. What did Toto do to you? I don't know. Depends what day it is. Okay, so I put turkey in this, but I did turkey first and it was frozen, so it's like hunks, like giant hunks of turkey. Work there 70, okay. So if someone's working past the age of 65, side note, they're trying to raise the age of retirement, by the way. If they're past 70, and like if they aren't working, they either one, are still very good at their job. A lot of people, so what happens a lot, unfortunately, retirement, it depends, okay? Because retirement can be bad cognitively for some older people, okay? If they are still, you know, spry and they can, like the routine of work can actually be very helpful for memory care. And so if they're still able to do the job and they want to stay, then I don't see a problem. I hate that we now live in a world where retired people feel the need to get secondary jobs at Starbucks and stuff. I found out about a teacher I had that retired who now has to work at Starbucks for side money. I don't like that, you know. Like, thank you, Phoenix, for subscribing. You won the Swell Grand Prix. Hold on, you know. Thank you for subscribing. Like, there's plenty of people that retire and then they think they're fine. And then a couple years later, they're like, fuck, I don't have money, and they go back and get a side job, you know? You are correct about the Mercedes suits, right? They look like they're gonna sell me an allergy medication. It's going to give me stomach problems. There's a class action lawsuit in like the next 10 years. Like, I'm convinced. I mean, unless you're gonna pay out the retirement money, fuck off. Jet out. Let's see. Okay, so the Scientology speed runs are really funny to me. I don't want to encourage it because I am worried that eventually one of your friends are going to go missing. Because I know what I've learned growing up or in the vicinity of Scientology. Because Scientology is everywhere, but I'm in Southern California. They have quite a big presence here, even outside of LA, obviously. And so the buildings in Hollywood now have removed all of their door handles and chained the doors shut from the inside in an attempt to stop the viral speed runs. Someone said this is the epic variant of the raid. What's really funny about it, have you noticed none of the Scientology buildings have called the police? They never threatened to call the police. So I really don't feel bad about this one because I think you're hiding shit. And I think you don't want them to come in. Let's look around to make sure no one's still hiding here. Okay? So I don't feel bad. You know? None of these kids seemingly have been arrested, you know? They would never call them cops themselves. Of course not. You know? Like I want these kids to be safe. Mainly I'm worried about some of them. I'm worried about them eating shit and like getting injured inside there is what I'm worried about. That's my concern. More so than I'm worried that like someone's actually going to cause harm. Because it's like, are your buddies going to carry you out if you dislocate your knee? You know what I'm saying? No, they need to find Shelly Miscavige is who they need to find. Let's see. Why does Sheep Detectives have a 92% on Rotten Tomatoes? Why does the Sheep Detective movie have a 92% on Rotten Tomatoes? I need us to be so serious. I got invited to a screening of that, and I was like, I'm not going to that with love, respectfully. It's cinema. I guess. Franco Colapinto is dating Maya Rafiko. Okay, I believe that's how I'm supposed to say her name, I think. And they're just now realizing that she's like a working actress and singer. She was on Broadway, like she played Eurydice in Hadestown, and has like actual work. And people are like, yeah, a lot of these girls work. I don't know why we're surprised. Sheep Detective Best Picture Oscar. Okay. What are we talking about? Oh, I'm just like talking through some stuff. We're just like, we just started. I think Alex Albon has a future as a social media manager because he posted a bunch of screenshots of photos and said, Race Week Hallelujah. And there are a good variety of shots. I think he has a future as a social media manager if he wants one. Since we can't get these cars to a podium for Williams, I don't fucking know. Might as well start looking at pivots. The Coyote versus Acme movie. Okay. Is it actually coming out? And again, can I see it without giving that fuck-ass studio that canned it money? Like, I really don't know. Like, it's one of those things where I'm like, this is one of those situations where I'm like, I feel like I'm rewarding psychotic behavior. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to support the people that made it so that they get their things out. But then also I'm like, I feel like they're going to obviously learn the wrong lessons from this. Like, it's like, I would love for Emily Henry to get more movie adaptations of her books. I will not be watching Beach Read. I literally refuse. No, see, but that's the thing as well, because it's like... Also, everyone's being way too open about what pirating sites they're using. Another anime pirating site got nuked this week. Last week. Stop it. Also, Logan Paul is pissing me off because he is, in fact, inflating the price of manga, and it's irritating the fuck out of me. I have like the jokes of people being like, I graded my One Piece novelization or whatever, and they put like an A+ on it, and they like wrapped it in saran wrap. It's really funny. But yeah, I can't fucking stand him. Yeah, tomorrow's video I talk about how there are people that are Sorry guys, my friend is still on this trip and it is still... I'm team leave, but she can't because she has to go somewhere else afterwards and her flight's already booked. So there's like no point in like coming home and then going back. So I'm like, you still fuck them, you know? Oh wait, yeah, no, that's been the funny thing as well. Not funny, because obviously what he did was fucking heinous. And just a blatant disrespect for human life. But, and again, for those of you who don't know, if you guys are new here and you're afraid to ask, Logan Paul in 2017 went to Japan, and his entire time in Japan while he was vlogging, he was being a fucking menace. The fact that he didn't get charged with criminal mischief or anything like that in Japan is baffling to me. And then he went to the Akikuhara forest, which is known as the suicide forest colloquially, and he filmed someone who had recently taken their life. And I mean filmed their body hanging from a tree and posted it on YouTube with only a blur covering that man's face. And posted it while wearing a little green guy hat from Toy Story. So in case you're ever wondering why Weird Team go fuck yourself, Logan Paul over here, among a multitude of other reasons, him and his brother are fucking psychotic, but that's the one where it's like, regardless of whatever growth that he ever seems to exhibit ever a day in his life, we go back to that, because what the fuck? So he was canceled. Let me make this abundantly fucking clear. Canceling is a fake concept, okay? It is a concept, a construct. And it is something that, yes, he gets vitriol every single fucking day. Logan Paul does, okay? The difference between him and someone that, say, a cancellation works on is Logan kept fucking posting. No, see, that's the thing. Canceling doesn't make fucking sense. Because it requires the person to feel fucking shame or go to jail. It requires real world fucking concepts. Like Austin Jones, what's his fucking name? What's his fucking name? The YouTuber that was grooming children. Yep, Austin Jones, I was right. Okay, hang on. Yeah, he's a convicted child sex offender. He is currently in, I believe he's still in jail for 10 years. And like, I have some people hear him referred to as canceled. He's not canceled. He went to fucking jail. This guy would still be trying to post today, you know? Like, and that's the thing. Johnny Somali will get out of jail in Korea and we'll come back and we'll start posting like a psycho. I hope I'm wrong. I hope he learns a fucking, wow, my actions have impacts on others. Wow, I could ruin my fucking life in the pursuit of clout. But no, it requires shame for a successful cancellation. What about Cody Ko? Wasn't he canceled? He committed, again, a sex crime. Like, we're conflating crimes. Him sleeping with a 17-year-old that he knew was a minor and was told, hey, leave her alone, is still a crime. You know, he still posts. He came back. The only reason he got canceled, okay, is because he went dormant because he's Canadian and he was worried about his citizenship. That's why he tried to bury it as much as fucking possible. And he was charged, I think. Are you talking about Onision? Was he charged? Onision's also, we're confused. I think sometimes people are confusing someone being canceled and someone just being a degenerate piece of shit, and everyone knows they're a degenerate piece of shit, and they still keep posting as well, you know? It's like, yeah, sure, there may have been multiple things that people were outraged and canceled over, but it's like, are they at mainstream popularity? Are they getting invited to the Met Gala? It's like, are they still growing? Are they on the front homepage of YouTube? Like, sometimes shitheads are just shitheads, you know? And again, especially now in Trump's America, okay, canceling anyone doesn't fucking work because you're going to have a subset of fucking shitheads who are like, I can do that. And then they follow and pop this person up because they want to be contrarian for the sake of being contrarian. And they want to be degenerate pieces of shit because it pisses off all the hot women around them. Like, that's truly it. That, like, to be canceled is a fucking misnomer now because it's literally, I do think, physically fucking impossible. It's physically, yes, mainstream, they may not be getting opportunities. They may be getting canceled and shit like that, okay? Canceled opportunities, okay? But, like, there's always going to be people that are supporting them because they did something shitty. Always. Always. Because they're hot or they, oh, well, they're funny. Oh, you're just a baby. You're a snowflake. Whatever the fuck, you know. Like this is. It's apples and starfishes. Like it's like you can try. It's not gonna do anything if that person again doesn't have shame. The impetus is shame, truly. And getting blackballed. Okay, well the term blackballed is not an opportunity thing anymore. You are not in the content creator space, you are not owed an opportunity. A blackballed is you typically didn't do something, you know, like you sneezed at the wrong time while someone was talking and now they're actively destroying, like it's the same way as being like, oh, like it's you talking too loudly at an event or you not getting opportunities because of X, Y, and Z. Like you can lose, especially now in the modern day. It's like you can let's say you get cast in a role, and then you decide because you think you're untouchable because you're rich and famous now that you can say a bunch of transphobic shit. Okay. And then obviously fans of the thing that you were cast in are like, hey, what the fuck is wrong with you? Get out of that fuck you. I'm not gonna watch this. And then you get fired because there's probably a morality clause in your fucking contract. Okay? And then now you're not getting opportunities because now you are a pariah because you were doing this fuck shit. Now, you can sit here and argue freedom of speech, but you signed a contract, and when you're signing a contract, especially for a lot of big things, we see this with sports, we see this with franchises, they want a morality clause because you are representing that thing. They want to make money off your IP. You want a job. That's how this works. Yeah, dude, we've talked about Tyler's catastrophe. We're not talking about it again. I'm not doing this. Sorry, hang on.
Decided.
Sorry. Sorry, I'm trying to...
Also, I think I'm...
Sorry. Trying to read my friend's transcriptions of her voice notes. Sorry, my friend is still on that trip. And it's fine. Everything is fine. I've decided. She's also decided everything is fine. Because I can't be me, unfortunately. Because she has requested I don't. So, which I get it. I understand. Oh yeah, I saw. Yeah, it was like Redemption Sports or something was the baseball thing. And I don't know if he was a child sex offender. I feel like he had domestic violence charges, but I thought it was very weird because like they linked it and that showed it, but like you had to. If you were signing your kid up for the sport, you had to click in to see what his testimony was, because that's what they call it, of him like the testimony of like confessing to the crimes that he did. I'm not laughing because it's funny. I'm laughing because I'm like, this is fucking absurd. Yeah, because I don't think it was kids. I think it was domestic violence, because if it was kids, usually you can't be around like events with children, let alone coaching children. So that's usually part of being a registered offender in those instances, where children are involved. So I'm assuming that I remember reading at least 2 of the charges, and 2 of them were domestic violence, I believe. Okay, so remember how I was showing you guys books I got yesterday? Okay, so the author of Butter, I was literally scrolling. So there's this page called Unseen Japan, and I believe it's an American living in Japan. But holy fucking shit, someone made AI art. Is that of me? That's fucking funny. Why does someone do... Oh my god, no, someone restacked my post and included AI art of me. Oh my fucking god, hold on, I'm showing you. I'm blocking this Can I block people on fucking, what's it called? I need to. So they restacked it. I deserve to beat people with hammers. I deserve to beat people with hammers. I didn't even talk about AI in this fucking one, so leave me the fuck alone. Old white, go fuck yourself. Who the fuck are you? Oh my god, so he does this a lot. Just does AI art of, oh my fucking god. Subscribes to you. Not anymore, you don't? God, how do I block? Block. Thank you. I feel better. Don't do this shit. That's fucking weird. I like went to go I went to go find this piece I was gonna read to you, and instead I got that shit. What the fuck? Because I'm just supposed to assume that you like didn't, you know, whatever. Okay, hang on. Let me see. I'm almost 1,000 subscribers on Substack, which is nice. Okay, hang on. Do I have a list of my, where's my profile? Okay, hang on. Home. I want to go to my, is it dashboard? No. Outlook, leave me alone. I don't use Outlook. My subscriptions. Here we go. Okay, good. There it is. Outlook, what the fuck? Is someone backdooring my shit? Why is Outlook trying to open? Okay, wait, where did it go? Okay, it's not even here. Okay, hang on, let me go pull it up. Anyways, this one just came out. This is from Unseen Japan. And basically they write pieces based off of things in Japanese news. So like people that speak English can understand them. But famous Japanese novelist dumps her publisher after discriminatory column. So basically Yuzuki Asako, who is the author of Butter, who I talked about yesterday. This just dropped, I think literally, yesterday as well, last night. Thank you for following Apple. Literally just left her publisher apparently she announced in an Instagram post, because they published a very anti-South Korean sentiment, and I think mentions one of their own, like a Korean who publishes in the Japanese language. And she also, I did not know this, she apparently has been very vocal about instances, aside from the obvious, like the context of her book, but has given support to LGBT groups, as well as mentioned feminist statements, according to this. So there's layers to this. I can link this here. It is for paid subscribers, but you can claim it as a free post. Basically, what Unseen Japan does is a lot of the posts are paid for paid subscribers, but if a certain amount of people join the paid subscribers, then they make the post free. So it's like you can maybe wait, but then you wouldn't be able to read it right away. So, but that's linked there if you would like to read that. And so there's some other posts they've written, like friendflation, Japanese youth are saving money by cutting out friends. Tokyo court, employer had no duty to stop sexual harassment at after work drinking party. Like things like that, you know, just like the positive things, you know. Friends do be expensive. Yeah, it happens. Let's see. Let's see. So, but I thought of that and I was like, oh, I should share that with y'all because we were literally just talking about the book yesterday. Oh, also I decided I'm reading the revenge book first. So I literally read one page and then my friend called me to complain about this trip. And not complain. I should be very clear. My friend is dealing with a little bit of bullshit right now on this trip, okay? The difference is that you probably won't ever hear about it because and she knows that. She knows that like they're lucky that it's her because someone else would have made a video already. And I'm like, dude, I would have owned that company by now. And it's just not who she wants to be. And I totally get it. And also she sees like there's this thing as well, because like there's definitely opportunities I don't get. There's opportunities I'll probably never get, okay? And it's not that I'm canceled, it's not that I'm blackballed or anything like that. It's that I scare the shit out of people. Because they know I'm honest and they know I'm going to speak my mind. And that if I'm mistreated or something, it goes not well, you know, or I witness something, I'm not going to hush up just because they give me a free jacket, okay? And that scares the shit out of people because that's not, you know, the norm in this industry. And so I'm sure also that's like, okay, well, if I ever want to do a different trip, then I need to kind of pretend that this one is fine. So it is what it is. So, so I get it. I can't sit here and be like, okay, well, I would do this because she knows what I would do. And that's the thing, you know? I even offered to call. I was like, I will call and pretend to be your manager because I will call and be like, this is unacceptable. She's like, I can't have you do that. I understand, but still. Doesn't mean I'm not pissed on her behalf, and I will continue to, you know, and I can't talk about it. Like, I can't tell you the company because it's not my fucking place. Like, even the thing of, like, some people got +1s and she didn't. You know, like, it's little things that add up. So, it's fine. It's not my place, but I'm pissed. Let's see. I am seeing every day I log on to Twitter, unfortunately, and I do see more and more companies of foreigners who move to Japan under the new business, the business entrepreneur visa, that are now having to close their business because of the new rates. So what it used to be is that for every year when you would every time you would renew your visa, I think it was $35,000 US or something like that for like a multi-year visa, I think, or by the year, I'm not certain. And now it's going to be about $140,000 US. Most people cannot afford that, especially with like the economy in Japan. Like, it's not affordable. And these people are not earning US dollars. They're earning yen, you know? So it's, I'm looking at one right now. You save money for years. You learn Japanese, you train as a barista, you moved from your country to Japan, you invest all your money into starting a cafe. This place is successful, 4.5 stars average rating on Google. You hire a full-time Japanese employee, and now you have to leave, all because Japan forced existing business owners to comply with the new law of 30 million yen of capital, 189,000. So it's not even grandfathered in. So it's like, this person's going to have to leave and close their business. And the thing is, too, I was watching a video on abroad in Japan, and it makes a lot of sense. Like, it's just something I never thought about. And like Anthony Bourdain, I believe, also made a comment as well of like, yeah, anyone, if they can only ever live one place to eat alone in their life, for any chef, they'll say Japan, because there's a level of care and precision everywhere in Japan. Because most places, if the food is not good, people will not come back. So it's like, if there is a place that has survived 2 years or more, like, it's probably a good spot to eat at, okay? And so again, multiple years this person has been there looking at it and gone, you know? That's a miracle, yeah. No, it's crazy because... So welcome to anti-foreigner sentiment in Japan. It's mostly from the Conservative Party, which is currently in power. So, as much as I would love to one day move to Japan, I was looking at the possibility of, you know, like this being an option of like opening a store or something. Because like I have always wanted to open a bookstore or something as well, and I was like, this could work, you know, like this could be something, because I could also employ people, which is something that I do like doing, and not with that funding, not with that cost. That's a no. They want even less foreigners there. The population of Japan for residents is about 98% Japanese. So I really am curious how this is going to affect the economy for them in 5 years, because obviously they're still dealing with the effects of their economy that they've been building, and then obviously with what happened with COVID. So I'm curious to see how it Conservative character flaw? Yeah. Yeah, because it's very much, it's, again, I'm not Japanese, so I can't speak on details, you know, but it's like, it's the same shit in a different font, you know? We're the best, everyone else is wrong. You know? Everyone else is bad. They kind of low-key, my understanding is they kind of forced inflation because it was working, but then COVID happened and it kind of got into overdrive and now things are fucked. So, yeah. But unfortunately, this is like this multiple times I've seen this. Papaya son or eggplant daughter. Oh, God. Oh, no, it was never sustainable. It was never a solid plan, but it was correcting some of the issues. You know what I'm saying? Palantir lands $300 million deal with the USDA to consolidate the data of every farmer. What if we, okay. Palantir is evil as fuck and I'm really sick of this shit. Like, I'm sick of every day. You think Light Yagami was right? Don't get me fucking started on this shit. Not in this administration. You won't like what I have to say. They're gonna cancel me on Twitter. We're just yapping, Kuna. The black population are rioting against fellow African immigrants, that the African immigrants are taking their jobs and such. Yeah, unfortunately, the anti-foreigner sentiment, because it's like, it's not the foreigners, it's the rich people. You're so close. Like, you're... and I get it, because part of it is rich people coming in and gentrifying it, which does make them also immigrants, you know? I saw a really great video for Subway Takes where a guy was like, the phrase expat is racist. And the Subway Takes guy was like, 100% disagree. And then he convinced him. And it basically was like, yeah, if someone comes from a poor country to a richer country, then they're an immigrant. But if they come from a rich country to a poor country, then they're an expat. No, that's bullshit. You're an immigrant. That's what you are. Like, and it was a very good breakdown of it. And it's like, it's like there's so much, you know? Ugh, where's my... Okay, guys, I need you to understand, if Evita starring Rachel Ziegler comes to New York, comes to Broadway, I'm going. I don't care how much tickets are. I don't know. I don't care. I will be going. That being said, with the way some people are fucking crazy about her, you can't do the balcony thing. You can't do that in New York. I'm so sorry. You got to protect her. I love that. It's a cool concept. I really like it. You can't have her do that in New York City. And that's not even I think New York is dangerous. That's there are shit, like, as much as I would love to travel to see, you know, Rachel perform and like that. There are people that would travel to take a shot at Rachel. So like we need to also prevent that. So no, I don't watch his stuff. I just see the videos that pop up when they pop up. And some people have horrible takes and said that take was a very good one. There are some good takes, you know, but a lot of times they're not the best. Let's see. Are so worried about her, it's kind of baffling. It's not baffling because if you're a woman right now, forget even being like a public facing woman. The hatred of women right now is really bad. Like across the board. Like it doesn't matter who, what, when, or where or why. Like it's a lot. Like there are people who never gave a shit about Klay Thompson, but because he cheated on Meg the fucking Stallion, Klay Thompson is the greatest ball player ever. Like these men have the spines of a flimsy piece of expired chicken. Like it's really fascinating, and it's just because they hate women. That's all it is. It's baffling. Every day. Why should I give a fuck about the male loneliness epidemic? Half these men don't care if I live or die because I won't fuck them. Okay, you're lonely. I'm supposed to feel bad. Go fuck yourself. This is not my problem. Men! Omen men! There are men that are defending Klay because they hate. They're like, oh yeah, he's gonna he should, yeah, this one's for, he did it for Tori. Men are insane. Cheating period crazy. She gonna make the Stallion insane. Again, yeah. Literally, case in point, this tweet. I did see this video too. I just heard someone on TikTok say this is the first time in history women are dating men for their character, and that's why no one is dating. Because women don't need you to get out of our own homes. We don't need you to get a job so that we can make money. We don't need you for education. So it's like, okay, it's not about what you have to offer. All you have to offer is yourself and your character. And that's why people are choosing not to date, because they're not liking the options. It's like, yeah, I don't need you. Goodbye. The end. Go make a friend. Yeah, again, that's the thing. We've talked about this before because, again, the male loneliness epidemic. And the answer is they are not having sex. Okay, so 1, wow. 2, getting laid is not the epitome catalyst, the de facto answer to loneliness. Okay? Because you can fuck someone that hates you. Men do it all the fucking time. So you think that like, it's a male loneliness crisis because they're not getting laid. Okay, no. Go make a friend. Get a dog. Go and experience the world. Talk to people. Think of people as human beings because you clearly don't. Like it's okay, Yeah, there are people that still defend Tory Lanez. There are fucking people that still think that Meg is lying about being shot when that was never in the question. Even the case, it was who shot her. That was it. There are people that deny that she was shot. Oh, she's lying about being shot. No, that was never in question. You're all just dumb. Truly. Cheating men. Did you see where one of the recent Mr. Beast videos was him having that guy who cheated on his girlfriend on TV and 4 of his other exes in the woods for 30 days? I did hear about that. I was like, this sounds like a Stanford prison experiment, and also the women got nothing is what I heard. Men hate valuing relationships over friendships over relationships. They are just thinking about getting laid. It's like this, but I hate men. No, I hear you. I found out about it. They rather believe men is insane. Yep. Everything put Meg through, he doesn't deserve freedom. Good night, chat. Bye. Getting a little, am I irritating people? Gosh. Here, keep it real. No, one of the exes won? Okay, good. No, it's bedtime. Bye. The final ex got the choice to smash his heart and steal all the money instead of splitting it. That's funny. Okay, I'll give her that. That's a win. Someone said, oh, hell yeah, blue heat pepper spray. The blue dye can mark your attacker for up to 48 hours. And someone says, for those interested, hollow points will also mark your attacker. Everyone needs to poke. You know? Like, okay, also, speaking of the male loneliness epidemic, okay, speaking of trying, even from their perspective, okay, I will be happier if I just have someone to sleep with, okay? Let's go with that, okay? To get there, men still fucking suck, okay? Because as we've talked about, there are so many people that I know who would love, when they're in the mood, to go out, have fun, and then go home with someone. They would love that, okay? Without fucking fail lately, the men ruin it. Ruin it. And I'm not even talking like by the time they get back to their place. I mean, like, they won't go home with that guy because without fail, the guy is too freaked out from the jump. And it's like, oh, you don't see me as a person, you see me as like a whole. Like, that's it. And it's like, okay, yeah, fuck that. Because, like, that's never enjoyable. Rarely, okay? And then there's that. And then there's also the, some girl brought it down. It's like, oh, yeah, she's so easy. It's like, I'm sorry, are you expecting her to be hard? And she brought it around to rape culture. And I was like, oh, holy shit. Like, everyone in the comment section was like, wait, you just broke my brain open. Oh, my God, you're so right. You're so right. And she was right. Because, yeah, as soon as you're down, they don't want it anymore. It's fucking, why do you want to convince people? So my place or yours? Yours is good. Whoa. You do this a lot? What the fuck is your problem? You're trying to take her home. What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, you have condoms on you, so you're like a slut? Well, no, she kind of wanted to get laid and she doesn't want to get a baby or an STD. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? You're going to try not to wear one. So she should have them on her. Like, what are we? This girl on Hinge. So on Hinge, you can, This girl on Hinge, you can put your, like, prompts, okay? And she said, for one of the prompts, it was like, oh, on a first date, I like someone who will, okay? And she put, bring me flowers or something like that, okay? She started posting all of the responses that men have sent her to that prompt. Now, you don't have to reply to that, but they felt inclined to reply to that. And every single one of them is bitching, aside from one or two that was like, flowers. Are you into chocolates? Like they're trying to like be cute about it, okay? It's like, I'll bring you something else. Like, okay. But like every single, it's like, wow, that's a lot to ask for. Why would I buy you flowers? You think you're worthy of flowers? It's like shit again. Okay, well, I don't know if I like you. Why would I bring you flowers? Because it's a good fucking impression, you absolute troglodyte. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Do you not want people to like you? Like, first impressions, she's gonna look hot because that's how women are, okay? And you can't brush your hair, put on a clean shirt, and then maybe pick up some flowers from Trader Joe's or the fucking Ralph's on the way over because you want her to be like, oh my God, that's so... Like, have you ever... The amount of men... Any man who questions flowers, truly, has never given a girl flowers. Has never given a girl flowers. Because if you have given a girl flowers on a first date or otherwise, you know exactly how important it is. You know exactly what it can do for you in a relationship. Lesbians know it. Lesbians know it. Okay? Friends know it. Do you know me and my friends, I'm the first person to ever get them flowers. Okay? Because they did something like an art show or a show, a theater performance, or they did like a pop-up with their name on it and I bring them flowers and they're like, oh my God, no one's brought me flowers before. Like that wasn't for like a graduation. Yeah, I'm coming for your girl, dude. I'm coming for your girl. Like, cause what the fuck? You can get them for $4. Fuck 15. You can get some for $4 fucking dollars. And again, it doesn't have to be a big ass fucking thing. It's the thought that fucking counts. It's the fucking gesture. It's the thought that on the way to this date, you were like, wait, let me get her something. You thought about her enough to be like, let me get her flowers. It's forethought that you gave slightly a minuscule shit. And if you're that hard fucking pressed, okay, that the thought of getting $10 flowers, let's cap out at $10. $10 flowers for a date is gonna be too much of a fucking investment. You might be a broke bitch. I'm sorry, I'm fucking tired. Like, why are you going on a date then? What are we doing? Get your money up, like if that's the case. You know, pick up a shift. Because you shouldn't be taking someone on a date if you're gonna nickel and dime flowers like this. This is absurd. And again, that prompt, it's an optional, you don't have to reply to that. But it's the okay, and then again, I am now, once again, we've talked about this. I have had two of my friends should say this happened to them, and I'm seeing numerous women it happening to them on TikTok, okay? The changing of the time. Hey, like meeting on Hinge, meeting on Tinder, whatever the fuck, okay? Hey, would love to take you out, okay? Everything's going fine. Scheduling of the first date, great, okay? And then it's the day of or the day before, okay? Hey, I'm so sorry. I had to pick up an extra shift or my work needed me to stay. I'm so sorry. Can we push it from 6 to 7:30? Yeah, totally cool. Thank you for the heads up, okay? Getting closer. Hey, we still in for 7:30. I'm so sorry. I gotta go to the gym. Moonrise, thank you so much for subscribing. Do you have to go to the gym? Thank you so much. You won the full Grand Prix. Then 7:30, 7 o'clock rolls around. I'm so sorry. I just got to push it, push it, push it, push it, push it, push it, push it. You know what? Do you want to just come over here and you can hang out? We can do something here. Because I still want to see you. I still want to see you. I'm so tired from working the gym. So like, do you just want to come to my place? And we can just like, we can order food and we can eat here. No, go fuck yourself. No. The end. Bye. Okay. And it's like, one, I don't know if they don't realize that women know what the fuck you're doing. Also, I'm not on a first date. If we've met on an app, I'm going to meet you for the first time in a neutral place like a restaurant or a coffee shop. I will do a coffee date. I don't like it the most, especially because I'm self-employed. And also I just think it's a lack of care, okay, personally, but I will do it, okay? But I'm not going to your fucking place for a first date. Absolutely the fuck not. Forget even, it's not even like an I'm not that type of girl type of thing. No, it's unfucking safe, okay? Absolutely the fuck not. And like sometimes when you bring up that it's unsafe, men get so fucking irritated and so fucking annoyed. It's like, oh, what are you talking about? Go watch fucking Dateline. I don't know. Are you fucking stupid? Like, again, it's the willful ignorance. Like that you don't realize the concept of like dating is inherently dangerous for women. Forget even the thought of you could be a serial killer, okay? Okay? You could give them an STD or a pregnancy. Like there's so many layers to it, okay? No, it irritates the fuck out of me, okay? And it's the also, I'm sorry, if you reschedule like that, because if you tell me, hey, I'm so sorry to pick up a news shift at work, I have to like postpone. Can we do, are you free Wednesday? Like, unless you give me another date, no. Because if you're going to just keep pushing the time back, I'm going to clock that shit immediately. We're not doing this. No, we made dinner plans so you can tell me when you're able to do the dinner plans that you scheduled. Because also it's a care thing. If you can't commit to the first date that you scheduled and sorted out, why would I ever think that you could commit to anything in your fucking life? The end. Goodbye. Bye. One single flower with the right words, attitude, compliment, a smile is so cute and precious because it's the attention, it's the thought, little but still effort. Yes. Like, God forbid, do people, it's not even like, guys, do men like women? And the answer is no, unfortunately. And I'm not even saying that in like, oh, they're gay, like, because I don't think that's the answer to anything. Well, gay is also usually the answer. Everything should be gayer, but I mean, like, they don't like women, like misogyny versus like homosexuality, you know what I'm saying? And so it's like, yeah, they don't enjoy dating, like the concept of dating. Because I have guy friends that are like, oh my God, you don't date? Like, I love first dates. It's like my favorite thing. They love taking girls out. It's like their fun thing that they do, And it's like they'd love to get a girlfriend, but they enjoy like meeting new people and taking people out like that. That's their fun thing that they do. And I'm like, yeah, you are the anomaly, dude. like that's the problem. The word Ruth Ginsburg shirts and other such things, but I blew his mind when I told him how Ken felt in Barbie's world is how women felt in the real world. First dates are the worst. It depends. Like, again, first dates are awkward and embarrassing. They can be because it's like new. But like, if you have someone who's excited to take you out, like, then it can be fun. Like, you can have fun first dates. But right now, unfortunately, a lot of people, there's a high probability they're a Nazi. And you have to deal with the probability that you are sitting across the table from a Nazi despite whatever you do. Like, the bait and switch is something that is happening a lot lately as well. There's been multiple instances, unfortunately, I've seen where a girl will be talking with a guy and she'll like go on a date, okay? And she'll be like in her car before the date because it's early and she's like just on her phone. There's been 2 instances of this that I've seen reported where like everything pointed to them being a liberal. At the very, like a leftist or liberal, whatever, Democrat, not MAGA, okay? And then while they're waiting to like go in on the time that they scheduled or wait for their date, they see their date walk in or walking up to the restaurant in a MAGA hat. And they're always like, what was the fucking point of that? Like, to try and get my reaction, to try and be like, well, you're here. So now what about this? You know? Because there are MAGA men who are super fucking attracted to leftist women. Okay? And so it's like, okay, but so many leftist women are like, yeah, I'm not going to date a fucking Republican. I'm not going to date a MAGA dude. I'm not going to date someone who has zero respect for if I live or die tomorrow, or has no respect for my autonomy. And it's like, okay, so here's how you trick them. Like, there are guides of that on the internet, okay? Because they think they got you because you've been talking for 2 weeks and you finally agreed to go on a date with them. Because they want to embarrass you, because they want to, like, haha, got you. You know, it's, who knows what the fuck? Who knows what's going on in their psychological little weird little brains? I don't know. The fire first bite. What? Boom. Banned. Sorry. Someone came into the mod chat and was being fucking weird. Yeah, they're just being fucking weirdos in chat. Okay. I had a guy pretend for months. I didn't find out he was MAGA until like 5 months in, when he found out I voted for Biden. Ugh. I mean, if I ever dated men. Like, I just, you know, it's, forget even like, uh-oh, they might be, you know, Republican or anything like that. It's just like a lot of men, even just like the statistics that like guys now are more into conservative values in relationships than even historically that we're seeing. Let's see. Sorry. Let's. Aged out of the time where old guys constantly trying to hit on me despite having a daughter the exact same age. Ugh, I am unfortunately still in that pocket, and it's agitating. It's fucking agitating. Guy friends, I had to block a lot of them. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because the amount of people that were like pro Charlie Kirk, because he's just talks about freedom of speech, and he's not a politician, so they think that like it doesn't count. It's like, no, he was spewing violent fucking rhetoric. Let's see. And I had the thought I missed on dating, but reality, it's putting me back down expeditiously. I saw a story time yesterday from a girl that got flies from a guy, and she got bit so much she became allergic. Thank you for subscribing, Dirkle. Dirkle, you won the Swole Grand Prix. I know how they claim he was just debating people. The man couldn't debate his way out of a wet paper bag. He was finding college kids. Yeah. Right? Just because he claims to be Christian doesn't absolve him anything. No. And his wife's a fucking weirdo. Republican interns and staffers are always bitching about not being able to get laid here in DC. What do they expect from one of the most liberal cities in the US? It's so fucking absurd. My message I sent was more like I opened my eyes of what their values are from the reposted. Conservative women are marrying age-inappropriate conservative men in DC. This is horrifying yet hilarious. I mean, I'd also be pissed if I had to marry a 60-year-old and still work. I'd also be pissed if I picked that poorly, so... I meant to say fleas. Still, I hate it. Again, it's like no one... Do you know what Michelle Obama told Barack? One time they were eating at a restaurant, and they found out that the restaurateur, the owner of the like the chef, was someone that Michelle had dated previously. And Barack said something along the lines of, "Oh my gosh, can you believe that? Like, you could have been married to a chef if things had gone differently." And she said, "No, he would have been president." And that's the fucking mindset you gotta have. Because you can't just be like, yeah, I'm marrying this guy and he's gonna do X, Y, and Z. It's like, no. No. You gotta be who you are, so that if that's truly your mindset, if you're like, we're gonna build together, then you need to know who the fuck you are. You need to know who the fuck you are. Because people the amount of people that'll say like, oh, she married well, he married well. You know? The amount of people that are like, oh, well, she married rich. It's like, yeah, okay, he also married someone with a business sense who went to good schools and is fucking incredible on camera. You know, don't, if you're gonna do this shit, then fucking lock in, you know? Because you also can, there are so many, but for every Michelle, there is someone who put off going to a school so they could follow their bum ass high school boyfriend, you know? I'm borrowing that mindset. Yeah, dude, because again, especially because I hear the phrase like, oh, I'm looking for someone to build with. It's like, okay, I've already built. So we can build more, but you gotta be at my level, you know? And there's not a lot of people currently at my level, and that's fine. Sam Smith's biography, a ton of his success he credits to Michelle and her family. Yeah. Like, both of them needed to lock in. Exactly. Using and have made my brothers better people. They were assholes when we were kids. I mean, everyone's an asshole when you're a kid. You know? I want to leave a legacy. Yeah, a legacy of what? Okay. Because if you want to leave a legacy, there's a myriad of ways to do it other than getting a woman to give you a child. Like there's a myriad of ways. Have you written a book? Have you tried writing a book? Have you made a film? Have you put money into a hospital? Have you done charitable donations? Have you done community work? Have you, like, because there's a myriad of ways to leave a legacy other than growing a human. The analogy, okay, it's not so much an analogy. It's so much so like especially because, sorry, let me rephrase this, okay? Because I'll give you, that was a tangent, okay? The analogy is you have to marry right as well as he has to marry right. Like, you marrying well only goes so far, okay? The wrong man will absolutely also fuck up your life, okay? And so my point with bringing that up is that Michelle Obama was never going to marry the wrong man. You know, like, yeah, he was going to be the man that I needed him to be if I was going to marry him. You know, whether if he could have wanted to be a chef, but he was going to be the president of the United States. You know, because that's who she wanted. You know, it's that type of concept. Okay. Internationally, because of all the love and support of my spouse, now to find another partner as a polyam, difficulty level near impossible. Have you just been there for your friends when they need you? Yeah. Sometimes your legacy is being a godparent. Sometimes your legacy, like, I've started saying, like, my future, instead of saying my future children, I've been saying my future heirs, because my heirs don't need to be related to me. Okay. Anarchy and Chris are definitely going to have a kid one day, probably, because they've talked about it. Okay. That kid will be in my will. like it's already determined. like that, like, I don't need to have children if I don't want to, you know? What did Nick Cannon say, dear God? Like, having a Nick Cannon amount of children is not a legacy. Okay, so apparently the Nick Cannon thing, I mean, I've heard a rumor it's because he has health concerns. And he might need donors, but that also sounds very conspiracy theory. My mom, I never dreamed of having kids. Me, yeah, I can tell. I mean, there are plenty of people that never thought they were going to be parents and then, you know, are amazing parents. And some people are not good at, let's see. I submitted for something, hang on. Hang on, let me check my... God, I get a lot of spam. Let's see. Sorry, my manager asked a question, chat, so I'm trying to... Junk. Yeah, no. Did at least create a wildly successful show while in and out. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Sorry. It is a work day. Okay, hang on. Okay, ignore me. They can do anything and get away with it, even in dating, and expect to be treated like kings for it. No, it doesn't matter. Then the answer is I don't date you. The answer is go fuck yourself. The answer is I make my own money and I live alone and I have my dog and I'll be fine. Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna get more soup because I am still hungry and I want more soup. Let's see. Herm. A Herm is here. The Herm is here. All right. I shall be back. I'm going to get more soup. You can look at the Herm. Here, I will make it so you can look at Herm. While I'm gone. Okay, wait. There you go. Enjoy Herm while I'm gone. Okay. Was he a good boy? Was the producer good? Were you good? Did you do your job? I need to trim your brows again. You can't look up. Oh, chilly. Okay. Hi. What? Let's see. Do you want to watch a video on China's bed rotting obsession? It's from a couple months ago now.
Friend says he's taking a gap year to learn stock trading and lock in to become a millionaire, saying that this is their year, but ends up doing absolutely nothing and procrastinating the entire time. Well, if you thought that was bad, this trend on Douyin pretty much just accepts all of that last part. And no, it's not about actual rats on the subways of New York. This is people in China calling themselves rats in the most self-aware way possible. Wake up at noon, don't leave the bed, only move to order takeout, spend 10 plus hours doom scrolling in the dark. No sun, no plans, no ambitions, just pure NPC hibernation. So this whole rat people wave really started blowing up around early 2025. A young creator from Zhejiang posted a vlog showing her normal day. Her routine went like this: wakes up around noon, stays in bed doom scrolling on her phone until 3 p.m, slowly migrates from bed to sofa. Not outside, all right? Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
See, it's okay. So I do find this super interesting because, like, obviously, so I have dealt with depression, but mostly I have anxiety, okay? And so my anxiety, especially as, you know, circumstances and trauma has, like, shaped my anxiety. I can't do this. It is very difficult for me to just bed rot. Like I will relocate and I can like relax on the couch or something, but like to get up at noon and then stay in bed for a very long time, I can't do it. I physically can't do it. And it's a problem because I do have a lot of trouble with like finding time to rest, which leads to burnout. But like it's really interesting, I think, as well to see, because I'm not going to sit here and say that this girl's a mental illness because that's not fair of me to self-diagnose. But like I do think that is interesting in the different ways that it can affect you. You know what I'm saying? For like 9 months and went into crisis mode and was able to get help and finish college by 27. Very cool. That's what I want to do in the winter. Yeah, I'm very fortunate that I really don't get seasonal depression or seasonal affective disorder. But it's something that, but I also like, I don't know, I'm productive, but I do very good alone as well, you know? So it's like, I don't know.
Orders delivery for all 3 meals. I mean, I can't even order Uber Eats without the delivery costing the same as the food. She works remotely for an e-commerce company, so technically she's not unemployed at all. She just plays life on ultra low power saving mode. She basically avoids unnecessary communication with coworkers, so your Teams meeting invite is being left on red. And she says, "We don't live to leave a deep impression on others. We just need to live comfortably." Crawls back under the covers by 8 p.m., spends the rest of the night.
As someone that sees so much value in community, that feels deeply depressing. Like that sentence. Oh, I guess this is like the true next step of like the let them theory. I guess this is that true. You don't owe anyone anything. We just need to live comfortably. It's like, okay, but like there's so much joy in others, and sometimes that involves, inconveniencing yourself, you know? I can only do this if I'm sick, and even then my body will not let me. I have to do something. Yeah, see, when I'm sick and I'm like, I truly am like, okay, clearly I need to rest, but it's still difficult for me to not think about, okay, well, what work can I get done? You know, what can I do? You know?
Night napping, scrolling, repeat. And at the end, she hits everyone with, how can a person be so happy?
不知道自己啥时候睡着了，天又塌了，又是一片漆黑。你直接拍你一天的生活就好了。
Even the dog has embodied your lifestyle. She turned doing absolutely nothing into an aesthetic. Others flexed even harder. I only get up once a day to go eat and can go days without washing. Her schedule is still too high energy compared to mine. And
I saw 2 of my friends at my friend's dog birthday party over the weekend. And I was like, one of them is a video editor and does like editing for people. And she will regularly post her like step count to her story. And it stresses me the fuck out because she'll have whole days where she has 250 steps. And I'm like, you have to be walking. Do you want to borrow my dog? You got to be getting up. This is deeply unhealthy. And then they were like, yeah, we were trying to make a bet about like one of them was talking about how her and her roommates tried to make like a bet of like, oh, how could you get like less than 10 steps in a day, basically. And then like, oh, I would obviously like park it in the bathroom and then, just like do all my work, have my computer with me in there and do all my work from there. It's like, oh, how would we fuck with them? It's like, oh yeah, I would order you like a smoothie and obviously you're going to go get it because you don't want it to like melt or whatever. And I'm just like, okay, or we could go for a walk. Like people talk shit on hot girl walks, like the hot girl walk trend. But you know what? That got girls outside. That got girls exploring their own neighborhoods and familiarizing themselves with the space. That got them getting some vitamin D, you know?
became competitive laziness. Not who woke up earliest, but who left the bed the least. Peak unemployed Olympics. Breakfast at 10 p.m. Reading Labubu stories at 1 a.m. How to pursue this. A lot of the times, people fetishize this. For a lot of viewers, it removed some of the guilt of not living to that hyper-productive ideal. We're tired of sophisticated, fast-paced, efficient lifestyles imposed on us. We just want to live a life of...
See, I think these are two extremes of the same side of the same coin. You know what I'm saying? Like two extreme sides of the same coin. Because an extremely stagnant lifestyle, we see this, will kill you. This will kill you, slowly but surely. Even people that are wheelchair bound, like there's routines in place to get mobility in spaces, you know, even if they are not physically the ones that are doing the mobility, you know what I'm saying? Like there's the same way that, yeah, grinding constantly and doing. I saw a video that brought up a really good point about the girl who passed away from the energy drinks, the 16-year-old. And she was like, I'm shocked we haven't seen more cases of this because these girls aren't eating properly and their schedules are crazy. And so they're drinking energy drinks to like make up the gap. And she was right, because she was like, we saw this in the 80s and 90s where girls were dying of heart problems because they were taking caffeine pills to deal with the heroin chic skinniness, you know. And we now have Ozempic and no one's eating properly and they're going to be exhausted. So they're drinking energy drinks in high caffeine doses to, you know, keep going. And it's like, yeah, we're probably going to see more people that are having heart failure from this. It's like the same thing where it's like these are two extremes. The hyperproductivity and the hyper stagnation, neither are healthy. So she really can't move most of her body. So they take her swimming to help her get exercise and literally build a pool in their backyard to help her. People who are paralyzed, there's still physical therapy routines to help keep muscles from wasting. Exactly. Like, and I'm not going to sit here and say I've never sat on my couch and accidentally sat there doom scrolling, or I've done it on the toilet or anything like that. Like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that's not the case. But, like, to make it like your content is I never get out of bed, like, this is not healthy, you know?
Leisure and relaxation. Like, if someone with a huge platform can be openly lazy, maybe you're not so bad for being a bit too tired too. And even merch and plushies have spawned from this. Some skincare and lifestyle brands have even collabed with influencers making low energy homebody vlogs. Here's my 24-hour rat person routine, sponsored by this face mask. Bagging brand deals while lying in bed all day, passive income final boss. Then you've got couples doing it together. Because what's better than one fried dopamine receptor? 2 fried dopamine receptors. That cat looks traumatized. That was an adventurous day. Benefits of not getting married. Staying home is so wonderful. I can sleep whenever I want with low desires and low appetite. This is the form of an iPad kid, but as an adult. I'm so envious. When I grow up, I want to be like that too. The whole aesthetic is purposely self-deprecating and kind of messed up, but that's the point. Now we gotta talk about tangping, which is the term for lying flat, where it all originated from. Basically the beta version of rat people. Back then, everybody was talking about China's 996 work culture, working from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., 6 days a week. People were expected to grind non-stop and call it hustle instead of self-destruction. No marriage rush, no buying a house just because parents said so, just doing the bare minimum so you could stay sane. And well, the authorities were not so amused. The administration told platforms to censor lying flat content. They said, young people need to work hard, not lie down. But when you censor the word, you don't censor the feeling. So it just respawned in new forms, like Lao Shuren. Now, when you look at one of these stores alone, it's easy to say, bro, just get up and touch some grass. But when you zoom out and see thousands of these diaries, you'll start to see a pattern. Bed, toilet, front door, back to bed. Powerless in the face of the job market, but oddly safe and comforted by their little routines. Basically, I can't fix the system, but at least I can create a tiny world where I feel okay, even if that world is just my bed, my blanket, and my phone. Now, how about we take that lying flat energy offline and bring it up a mountain? The Chongqing Bachelor brothers. These guys basically said, why be a rat in a tiny apartment when we can lie flat on a mountain with the boys? Basically lying flat but on steroids. They ditched city life and headed back to rural hills because they really couldn't make a living in the city and they didn't want to do physical hard labor. So the only choice you have, go home, gather a squad of single men to form a bachelor lodge. Their lifestyle pledge was basically no mortgage, no car loan, no wife, just eating, sleeping, and lightly farming life for content. Their videos show them doing these goofy praying mantis dances, growing veggies, wearing ragged clothes on purpose, and pretty much selling this extreme, we lie down and do nothing aesthetic. Why should I, a person with no mortgage, no car loan, no offspring,
My unemployment
work for
era,
you,
it's not that
or risk-
extreme, I think, but still. I mean, that's the thing though, like we talked about here. Like I talked about this in a video recently where I said I was very concerned because people that I had seen crying when they were laid off or crying because they couldn't get jobs are now very apathetic about the job market. Like, yeah, I submitted myself for this, but I don't care if I don't get it. Because they're tired of caring because it's been so fucking abysmal. And it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, this is not, I don't think that, as we've said, nothing happens in a vacuum. This doesn't happen in a vacuum. This is the result of, you know, the work-life setup in Japan, or not Japan, sorry, China. And, sorry, God, Japan's on the brain because we've talked about it 6 times in the stream already. Like the same way that, like, yeah, the hustle culture of the United States, like, I'm assuming here it's like the hustle culture of the United States. Like, don't you want to be successful? Don't you want to do this? Do X, Y, and Z. In China, my understanding is it's like, no, it's your duty to do the work. It's your duty to do the job. And so that also leads to its own, you know, development of these, okay, well, what about me though? You know?
It's my life for you.
亲爱的支笔家您好，我就是每天吃着馊了的拌面，我也不会出去为你打工。我一觉醒来是脸也不洗，牙也不刷，就爱吃点老干妈。如今大环境这么差，我一个商务人员，没房贷、没车贷、没后贷，我干嘛要为你工作、为你卖命？我不会让你那句“你不干，有的是人干”这句话在我身上得到应验，你知道吗？我们应该把这些机会留给那些年轻人。留给那些有老婆、有孩子、有车贷、有房贷的人，对不对？像我一个商务人员，我每一次就喝一口快乐小汽水。
That's the point.
You know, like anyone that's worked at Amazon, you know, where you're expected to, you know, not even use the bathroom. I wouldn't be shocked if you get to this point of like, yeah, okay, well, look at, I'm going to take a drink of my soda whenever I fucking feel like it. I'm going to go to the bathroom whenever I fucking feel like it. You know, like these things don't happen from nothing, you know? 15 applications a day and hearing a no months later from someone, some or immediately know the next day. Yeah.
啊，好爽啊！喝完睡觉。
Everyone loved it. The Bachelor Lodge became a symbol of freedom. These guys were like the Avengers of lying flat youth. But of course, state media and people with more traditional values did not approve. Said they were misleading young people and basically doing all of this for attention. If young people depend on acting pitiful and making themselves look ugly just to get clicks, what hope does society have? Then came the plot twist. Bringing the lying flat lifestyle from a private bedroom to public was apparently one step too far. On May 15th, Bachelor Bro suddenly announced that the Bachelor Lodge had to shut down due to unspecified forced factors. He didn't say what happened, but of course we know why. The group's content about refusing to work, refusing to marry, and lying flat together as a group flew too close to the sun. China's state-controlled media. The authorities don't like any organized group of unemployed people trying to send a message, even if it's packaged as jokes. Whether that's 100% accurate or not, the whole incident showed how fast a meme about laziness can become a stability risk in the eyes of Chongqing. Now, before these people were bragging about surviving on milk tea and screens, there was the OG, the final boss of not trying, the pioneer of horizontal living, a kind traveler. This man didn't just lie flat. He sped ran life on easy mode and then wrote a guidebook for everyone else.
But it's
He drops
ignored
a
if the whole
legendary
thing
post
would fade
titled,
away, but
"Lying
I don't know
down
about
is
Chinese
justice."
culture.
In it, he confesses he hasn't had a stable job in 2 years and he absolutely feels zero guilt towards it. His survival strategy? Not hustle culture, not tech entrepreneurship. Nah, this man was powered by 2 meals a day and pure philosophy. Breakfast, noodles and egg. Dinner, rice and vegetables. Chicken cutlet rice was his treat yourself moment. He said his expenses were 200 yuan a month. Food is the only necessity. Bro was basically living on 2010 prices in 2025. And when the savings got low, did he panic? No. He simply went outside, worked a odd job for about 1 to 2 months a year, then returned to his full-time horizontal mode. He even got an actor's license so that he can become a film extra. Basically getting paid to lie around on set in different poses. Since this land has never truly fostered an ideology that elevates human subjectivity, I can create one for myself. Lying flat is my intellectual exercise. Only by lying flat can one truly measure all things. Cats possess agency, but humans lack it. When will this alienated world end?
He's kind of spitting bars. Like, I see, like I'm saying, like I do think that like this extreme is not the answer. However, this is technically, especially in his case, like a lot of these cases, it is a radical like act in a world that doesn't just like expect, doesn't just like encourage productivity, but demands it, you know? This is a radical act in that regard, you know? Like, it's so, oh, this is a good video. Wani, you cooked here.
Rest, sleep, even death are the ultimate objective truths. Bro somehow turned sleep into a TED Talk. And he said
Dude, he's not wrong, though.
Lying at his window, watching people rushing outside, and sometimes hide somewhere just so he could laugh at all the hustle bros speed walking to jobs they hate. This is just his peak villain arc. And his most famous line became a motto. Lying flat is the sick leave I took from my desires. Tell me that isn't the rawest bar you've ever heard in your life. It's pretty easy to just say, they're lazy, and they just don't want to work. But you know, life is expensive, sleep is free, so if you ever catch yourself lying in bed...
So, in the context of the Americas, okay, what we are seeing right now is, I don't think this is far off. Because right now, if you are Gen Z, Millennial, Gen X, older, okay? If you did everything you were told to do, you got your diploma, you got a good degree, you entered the workforce, you did everything you were supposed to do to be a good worker bee, you still cannot afford to live right now. And it's not irresponsibility, it's not credit card debt. The cost of living is getting too fucking high, and it's only going to get higher with this war in Iran that Cheeto started. It's going to be a very rough summer for a lot of people here in America, for a lot of the world, okay? And I'm not trying to diminish, you know, the loss of life in Iran or anything like that. I want to make that abundantly clear. But like right now, and we've seen this, okay? And it doesn't make it right, but this is what we've seen. People that voted for Cheeto have been able to stick their heads further up their asses and ignore the reality of what he has been doing the last year and a half, okay? Because he is a psycho. But they only care about themselves. So until it directly impacted them, and one thing that most Americans deal with, most, not all, but most, is gas prices. So that was the start. However, you know what's going to be hit next? Do you know how much water can cost? How much food can get to? You think eggs are bad now? When ships can't be shipped and trains can't transport and trucks can't be driven across the country? It's going to be very rough for a lot of people. I'm very worried about a lot of rural towns and more rural parts of America. I'm very worried. Because I don't think any of these people, regardless of who they voted for, have any idea how bad it could get. You know? So there's that as well. So why would the next logical step for Americans, especially the American youth and young adults, not be, well, why should I try? Because I did everything I was supposed to do, and it's still not enough to survive. It'll be very difficult currently for any Gen Z to own a home. Ever. We'll make more money. Okay, no one's hiring. Do X, Y, and Z. Okay, no. And how can you date when you're working so much? You know, like how can you, like these things, nothing happened. They're all connected. And the cost of living is only going to get worse. So I do worry about certain rates rising because people don't want to deal with it. Okay. Yeah, I'm expecting a spike in that rate as well, unfortunately. Especially because, you know, we talk about how, you know, you are closer to being the man that's on the street than you are to being the man in the White House or the billionaire. But a lot of people, especially if you've lived your life a certain way, cannot comprehend that reality, and they will take a different way. The fear of the unknown, the fear of how am I going to feed myself? What's the point of going on? And I don't want to give anyone ideas because I don't think that's the answer, but I understand the thought process, you know, but people with disabilities, medications are going to be trouble to be delivered. If you are chronically ill, if you are on medications, hospitals are going to be, you know, like this is going to be, they won't call it this, but this is going to be a COVID pandemic in another form. Like it's going to be, I'm not going to die before he goes. I refuse to let this administration outlive me. I fucking refuse. I will be alive to go to their trials. I will be alive for that. They are closer in than the income-based housing 2 blocks down the road. Financial and food assistance. Yeah, financial and food assistance. Every government program, they just got rid of an entire science board. Like everything is awful. And unfortunately, every day something new happens that further proves it, you know? So I don't see this being not the norm soon, you know? Like just bed rotting for the sake of doing. It's like, okay, well, I guess this is something that, you know, at least feels somewhat enjoyable, I guess.
What are you shining your light?
I hate Shadow Chronicles, but we're going to try them again. Was research for long COVID because his son or something is suffering from it, as usual, until they are affected. Yeah, it's funny because they cut there was a group that was dedicated to studying long COVID. There was a research group that was already doing that. They cut their funding and shut the group down. Like early days of, you know, Trump's administration.
Side 4. Where's your phone? No! You're not police.
Banging on the door and then chilling and eating in your camper. We've seen that one, I think.
This YouTuber, Rody, documents his experiences living out of his 2003 Tacoma during summer work trips. After a long weekend away from home, he found himself in a situation that would make him rethink where he parks for the night.
Well, my camper shell is carpeted on the top here. I noticed that when it gets really cold at night, my camper shell will actually kind of contain some heat. It's usually maybe about 15 degrees warmer in here than it is in the outside. Another thing I'm not totally sure if I posted in the original video, but my windows on this camper shell are screened. So it allows me pretty much to open them up, get some fresh air in, but not have the bugs come in. Really works good, and that's big during the summer. When
someone was walking around his truck.
Again, Why was this relevant?
Through the tinted windows of his camper shell, he watched as the figure pulled out a phone and started taking pictures.
It's always a little bit alarming. So what you'll see here in a second, he pulls out his phone and starts taking pictures. It looks like a my license plate or something like that. I'm not sure why he was doing this. So I thought maybe, you know, I wasn't allowed to park there and he was taking pictures of my license plate, but it's kind of odd to be doing that at 1:30 in the morning. And he didn't look like a security guard or anything like that.
The stranger had no idea anyone was inside. He continued making laps around the vehicle, and with each pass, it became increasingly clear he was up to no good. Then the stranger came back around to the rear of the camper shell. A flashlight beam suddenly pierced through the darkness, scanning across the tinted windows as the figure tried to see inside. In that moment, Rhodey made a split-second decision. He slammed his hand against the window from the inside. The effect was immediate. The stranger clearly wasn't expecting anyone to be in there. He took off running into the darkness, disappearing between the parked cars. Rhodey wasn't staying there another minute.
So this is a good example of why I never really like to sleep in like parking lots and stuff like that. During the summers, I live out of my truck a lot, but it's always at either work or campsite. Okay, guys, real quick, look at my door right here, and you'll notice it's a little bit cracked open.
Yeah, what the fuck?
And so I think what happened is I forgot to, I didn't forget, but I just didn't close it all the way when I went to bed. And so it was locked, but it was still not totally closed all the way. So this
Men
is
are
kinda how
driving
my
insane.
door was. You can see it's closed. There's a little gap. And I mean, it's locked. You're not going to get in there. But it's definitely noticeable.
Yeah, it looks like it's
inside.
it looks like it's open. Men are
The
silly.
incident reinforced why he avoids sleeping in random parking lots. He realized his privacy curtain, which normally hangs between the cab and the camper shell, had fallen down that night. The tinted windows were the only thing between him and whoever was outside.
So another really nice thing to have if you are going to do some car camping, and I've talked about this in my previous videos, is a limo tinted windows on your camper shell. Not only will this not let people see into the back while you're sleeping, but it'll hide any belongings that you may have in the back. Alright, so that's about it. I just wanted to share my experience. I know some of you might think sleeping in your car or truck or whatever, car camping, might
Skipping ahead.
And parked through one of the most stunning landscapes in Europe.
I'm sorry, I can't do it. I know there are others, so let me see. Oh, here, we'll
Dennis
try
Martin.
We'll try chilling scares. Chilling scares.
On the afternoon of June 14, 1969, 6-year-old Dennis Martin was spending Father's Day weekend with his family in Great Smoky Mountains National Park. He was there with his father, grandfather, and older brother near Spence Field, a remote high country area along the Appalachian Trail. It was supposed to be a simple family camping trip. Instead, it turned into one of the most disturbing missing child cases in American history. Late that day, Dennis and a few other boys decided to play a prank. The plan was to hide along the trail, wait for the adults to come by, and jump out and scare them. To pull it off, the boys split up. Dennis went one way, the others went another. A few moments later, the
'Cause
other
it's
boys
AI.
came back, but Dennis didn't. His father, Bill Martin, started calling for him almost immediately and began searching the area on foot. There was no answer. No movement in the brush and no sign of a little boy in a bright red shirt. And this was not easy terrain. Dennis had vanished in steep, heavily wooded mountain country where a child could disappear from view in seconds. If he had wandered off the trail, fallen, or gotten confused, the forest could have swallowed him almost instantly. As if things weren't bad enough already, they only got worse. Not long after Dennis disappeared, a hard rainstorm moved into the mountains. Heavy rain pounded the area, and whatever tracks or scent Dennis may have left behind were being wiped away in real time. By nightfall, the temperature had dropped too. For a 6-year-old dressed for a summer outing, not an unexpected night alone in the wilderness, this was a serious danger all by itself. Family members and rangers kept looking through the darkness, trying to find them before the mountains and weather made things even worse. By the next morning, the search had grown into something enormous. What began as a frantic family search turned into a full-scale operation involving rangers, volunteers, Boy Scouts, horse teams, helicopters, National Guard members, and even Green Berets. Before it was over,
I'm so sorry. The concept of including Boy Scouts before the Green Berets and other groups is very funny to me.
thousands of people would take part. At one point, around 1,400 searchers were involved in a single day. More than 56 square miles were eventually covered. And after all
I actually think so. In instances of a missing child, I'm shocked they don't do more instances. Well, I don't know. I'm so curious because if a child is missing, okay, and they think they're in trouble or someone has potentially hurt them, it would make sense to have children in the search party. Because if you just hear a random man yelling your name, you may not come out. But if you hear like another little girl or a little boy yelling your name, then you might be like, oh wait, a kid, like that's another kid, you know, like you don't know. Like I'm really curious if a child psychologist could talk about this, if that is likely to help, you know, because I don't know. I still think the concept of a random man screaming my name is going to scare the shit out of me. I don't care if you're part of a search party. If I'm hiding, you know, or at least women, yeah. I mean, children are often allowed to get involved in searches. There is a lot of instances of, you know, stories like that, actually.
all that, they still found nothing physical to indicate what happened to Dennis. There were leads, but none of them changed the case. For example, small footprints were found in the area and appeared to belong to a child. They seemed to head toward a stream and then disappear. They were Oxford prints, and because Dennis was wearing the same kind of shoe, the prints drew immediate attention. But officials decided they were instead probably left by a Boy Scout helping with the search. As the days passed, darker theories started to take hold. The most famous came from a man named Harold Key, who claimed he heard a terrible scream not long after Dennis vanished. Soon after that, he said he...
Or the child can get into the mind of the missing child, huh? What? I'm speaking more so from the perspective of if this child is worried they're going to get in trouble, they might be more receptive to hearing other children call for them than, say, a random adult male, is my point. Or if they were abducted and are missing or are, you know, running from someone and are scared, they may not respond to a male's voice.
He saw a rough-looking man moving quickly through the area with something red slung over his shoulders. Dennis had been wearing a red shirt, so the account naturally drew attention, but there seemed to be a problem. The timeline and distance did not quite fit well enough. Investigators believe the man Harold described was too far from the place Dennis had last been seen, and too little time had passed for the sighting to make sense. Both park rangers and the FBI ultimately concluded there was not enough to connect the account to Dennis's disappearance. Still, the abduction theory never really died. Dennis's father believed his son had been taken, and a lot of people understood why. A child vanishes in broad daylight, and an enormous search follows, yet not one trace of him is ever found. Officials, however, lean toward a different explanation. They believe Dennis most likely became lost and died somewhere in the wilderness soon after disappearing. It is the least dramatic theory, but it may also be the most likely. An animal attack has also been suggested over the years, usually involving a bear or feral hog, though that theory has always had its own problems. No blood was found, no torn clothing, no obvious sign of a violent encounter. By June 29, the active search was called off. The volunteers were exhausted, leads had dried up, and the mountains had given up nothing. Dennis Martin was never found. Scott Lilly.
The thing is kids that small as well. Kids that small can get got by a lot of things, you know?
Scott Lilly was not the kind of person most people would expect to see tackling the Appalachian Trail. He was not some hardened outdoorsman or seasoned long-distance hiker. But in the summer of 2011, the 30-year-old from South Bend, Indiana decided to shoulder a backpack and head south on one of the most famous footpaths in America. Part of the appeal was history. Scott had a strong interest in the Civil War, and that helped draw him toward Virginia, a state dotted with battlefields. But this hike does not seem to have been just about scenery or history. It appears to have been something more personal, a way to clear his head and work through whatever was weighing on him at the time. On June 15, 2011, Scott set out on an ambitious journey.
Yeah.
His plan was to hike the Appalachian Trail southbound, from Maryland all the way to Springer Mountain in Georgia. For someone who was still relatively new when it came to hiking, this was no small undertaking. But by the time he reached Virginia, he seemed to be doing just fine. He had made his way into the mountains of Nelson County.
The problem with the trail, because I would like to do the Appalachian Trail at some point in my life, okay? the problem is because I think we covered the story of the woman who was doing it in like bursts, but she didn't have proper equipment. If you go off trail once and get turned around, you can get lost very fucking quickly in certain areas. It's so dense, that forest. If you are not an experienced hiker, like, you can be fine for 80% of your trip. Like, if you, in the instance we were watching, it was a woman who had gone missing. They had searched for her, and it was just someone went off trail at one point and ended up finding her tent, and it had been flattened, and she had passed away inside of it. She did not have proper food. She did not have a compass, because someone was like, she had her partner being her trail angel, basically, and was helping her get from spot to spot, or delivering her supplies for like her short little day hikes that she was doing. And she just went off track and, you know, was inside her tent, and just, she left a note and was like, if you find me, I'm scared. I know I'm going to pass away now. Because what she did was she got turned around and then did what she was supposed to do, which was stay put. So she got turned around and stayed put, but she was so far off trail without realizing it that no one found her until she had already been gone for, I think she had been deceased for 2 years by the time they found her. So it's so dangerous. You need to have proper gear. You need to have a satellite equipment. You need to have an ability to navigate without your cell phone. Like, you have to.
And taken on a stretch of trail near the Priest, a rugged area where the Appalachian Trail climbs above 4,000 feet. By then, he may have felt like he had found his rhythm. Then, somewhere around July 31, things went quiet. That was the last point at which anyone is known to have seen or heard from Scott. What investigators believe is that Scott may have been heading toward Cow Camp Gap Shelter, a well-known community-used simple wooden structure along the trail. That would have made sense. The Cow Camp Gap was a logical next stop on his journey. From there, he may have planned to continue into Buena Vista, a small town along the trail with supplies. If that was his plan, there was nothing unusual about it. That is how life on the Appalachian Trail works. Hikers move from one shelter area to the next. And sometimes, because everyone is spread out and moving at their own pace, people disappear from each other's view for hours or even days without it seeming alarming at first. It is a very isolating place. So, for a while, Scott's absence may not have looked like a crisis. But somewhere in that ordinary gap, something went terribly wrong. On August 12, 2011, nearly 2 weeks after Scott was last known to be on that stretch of trail, a group of hikers made a horrifying discovery near the side trail leading to Cow Camp Gap Shelter.
Oh, God.
They found a body in a shallow grave. It was Scott Lilly. Right away, it was obvious this was not a simple wilderness death. Someone had tried to hide what happened to him. Not very well, but enough to delay discovery. Investigators believe Scott had likely been...
It's also one of those trails where there's so many people that do it. And there's so many people that decide at sometimes maybe their lowest point, as we talked about, like people at their lowest point, oh, well, I might as well go and just hike the PCT or the Appalachian Trail, because why? I might as well. Okay. And again, it's like, this is an instance with a man. You know, I saw a male hiker on Instagram the other day. He was like, I finally got something to deal with annoying hikers that won't leave me alone on the trail. And it was a hiking stick, a walking stick, that also had a sun gun on the end of it. And frankly, I feel like that's something I will be investing in, you know, when I get back into full-on through hiking and doing longer hikes like this. Because yeah, it also could be maybe not something necessarily sinister like an actual murder. There is also the possibility that it was an act. Again, we haven't finished this as we're talking. So again, it could be murder, but it also could be this person was with him when he died and got scared he would be blamed. You know? Oh God, there was this one fucking video that if I saw this and I was like, I'd kill this person. I would commit murder in this moment because we're both gonna die. Dude is hiking with his buddy. Okay, just like walking, hiking, no gear, nothing. He finds a fucking needle, a dirty needle. Okay, and flings it at his friend. And his friend jumps away from it and it sticks in his leg. He's like, oh my God, dude, I didn't think it would actually stick you. Oh my God, oh my God. And the video cuts out. I'd kill you. In that moment, I'm gonna kill you. If you jokingly threw a dirty needle at me, you're dead. Or you're gonna take that needle and stick yourself too. Because it's that, or I'd give you the option. It's either take the needle and stick yourself too, and let's hope we both don't have AIDS or anything now, okay? While we call the ER, or I kill you. Those are your options. Those are your options. That's it. Those are the two options. Okay? Because how fucking dare you? And unfortunately, that's the thing also, that's also a subset of men. It's not everyone, okay? I do think it's a further subset. Everything's a fucking joke to them, and they don't realize when it's fucking serious. Because that's psychotic. Like, they truly don't realize that their humor breaches over into psychotic tendencies. Because the thought process to see a dirty needle and one, pick it up, but also fling it at your friend as a prank, as a joke, you are a psychopath. That's crazy. I'm soon to the ground, man. Absolutely. No, see, we won't get that. We won't get to that far. I'm killing you. You're dead. You are dead. I'm going to murder you. Mercy kill or something. Yeah. Sorry, I said I was going to murder someone. I was telling a story. I saw a video of a guy who was on a hike with his buddy and was fucking around and found a dirty needle and threw it at his friend as a joke, and it stuck in his leg. And I said, if this happened to me, I'm killing you. You guys, this is the recording. There you go. I'll go to jail for that. Okay? But no, you're not getting off. You're either taking the needle out of my leg and putting it in yours so that we're both fucked, okay? Potentially. Or I'm going to murder you. Like, those are the two options. Yeah, those are the two options, Nith. So this is the FBI. She's kidding. No, I'm not. Don't throw a dirty needle at me. And the fence was electric. Yeah, no, that could have killed him. That's fucking insane. It's shit like that. Like, I don't like that at all. I don't. You know, the other thing I don't fuck around about, like that girl. Oh, we covered this story. We watched this. The girl whose friend, she was scared to jump off the bridge, and so her friend shoved her. And she broke several fucking bones and is going to need care for the rest of her life. Like, I don't fuck around. Like, no. As soon as your prank involves laying hands on me or pushing things to that fucking far, no. I'm convinced you're slightly psychotic. Get away from me. That's fucking crazy. You know?
Been dead for around 12 days by the time he was found.
Oh,
that meant he
jeez.
had probably died not long after the last known stretch of his hike near the Priest in late July. And the location only made the case more unsettling. Cow Camp Gap was not some foreign corner of the mountains. It was part of a well-used recreation
Had no remorse,
area.
had to sue
Hikers
her.
passed through it. Campers even used it. It was secluded enough for someone to hide a body, but not so remote that no one would ever come across it. That meant whoever put Scott there either took a major risk or felt comfortable doing it. Months later, investigators released one of the case's most disturbing details.
Or they didn't
In
know
January
better.
2012, the medical examiner officially ruled Scott's death a homicide. His cause of death was asphyxia by suffocation. Some of his belongings were also missing and never recovered. Among them were his backpack, his relatively new trail shoes, a Nintendo game, and an Appalachian Trail handbook. That immediately raised the obvious question. Was Scott killed for his gear, or were those items taken for some other reason entirely?
Some other reason.
Investigators
What other reason? They wanted his shit. What are you talking about? Could there have been evidence on them? Yes, but what's probably most likely is he was killed by someone either for his shit Or they were like, oh my God, a Game Boy, he might have money on him or some shit. You never know. Okay. Some other, Jesus, sorry. I hate the fan fiction
Never
writing.
publicly gave a clear answer. Because the killing happened on
It's very common to have Nintendo on the trail, I find. There was a few people that I follow that liked watching Netflix while they were on trail, when they were in their tent at the end of the night. Like, everyone's got their own little thing. Some people want to read, you know? Like, do your shit.
federal land, the FBI took charge of the case. They worked alongside National Park Service Rangers, U.S. Forest Service officers, Virginia State Police, and local authorities. Agents and officers collected more than 100 pieces of evidence. They covered more than 270 miles of trail. They conducted 83 interviews of hikers in the area at the time across multiple states and even in 2 foreign countries. 1 year after Scott's murder, the FBI even announced a $10,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of his killer. But despite all of that,
Anyone can
the
get
case
there,
never
yep.
broke open. No suspect was publicly identified and no final timeline was established. It was never found out exactly what happened to Scott Lilly in his final hours on the trail, which sparked much speculation. Some seem to paint the area around Cow Camp Gap as an area crawling with dangerous mountain recluses or hidden predators waiting just off the trail. But that image does not really
Dangerous predators. And then you show a snake when the predator is definitely human. So,
hold up. This was a well-used area and not some lost world cut off from everybody else. And that may be one of the creepiest parts of all. He disappeared along a route hikers used all the time. Then, somewhere in that stretch of Virginia backcountry, he crossed paths with the wrong person. And exactly what happened next has remained unknown to this day. Derek Luking. Before Derek Luking disappeared into the Great Smoky Mountains, a section of the Appalachian Mountains in March 2012, the people closest to him had already started to feel like something was wrong. In the months leading up to his disappearance, his father noticed changes in his 24-year-old son. Derek had started drinking and smoking, which his family considered unusual for him. He also seemed unhappy with where his life was heading. The mystery began on March 15, 2012, when Derek did not show up for work. No one could reach him as calls to his phone went unanswered. A mutual friend eventually alerted his roommate, Ryan, and from there the concern escalated fast. Ryan contacted Derek's family, and the Lukings drove through the night from Virginia to Tennessee. Once they arrived, they started digging through anything that might explain where he had gone. On Derek's computer, they found searches related to Great Smoky Mountains National Park. They also found a hotel reservation. That meant Derek had not just disappeared at random. He had made some kind of plan. And for whatever reason, that plan had led him toward the North Carolina side of the Smokies. But why? That was the question hanging over everything from the beginning. 2 days later, on March 17, surveillance footage captured Derek leaving the Microtel Inn and Suites in Cherokee, North Carolina at around 4 o'clock in the morning. He was carrying only a day
the bears causing asphyxia is really funny as a concept.
pack. That was the last confirmed sighting of him. After that, Derek effectively walked out of view and never came back. Inside his hotel room were details that only made the case stranger. His family found a Bible on the bed and a liquor bottle on the floor. It suggested he may have been wrestling with something emotional, spiritual, or both. Later that same morning, around 8:30, Derek's white Ford Escape was found at Newfound Gap high in the Smokies, near the Tennessee-North Carolina line. His family came across it by sheer luck while searching for him. Inside the vehicle was a note. Its message was short but chilling. "Do not follow me." But despite this note, people did, because by that point the case no longer looked like a man taking a private trip. It looked like a disappearance headed towards something much worse, and what investigators found inside the SUV only deepened the mystery. Derek had bought a surprising amount of outdoor gear. There were maps of the national park, a tent, a sleeping bag, food, cord, cutting tools, lights, and other survival items. It looked like the setup for a serious wilderness outing.
Okay, so there are people, okay, because I am also one of these people who commit to something without telling anyone because they are worried that someone will try and talk them out of it or it will try to stop them. So it could have been he was feeling depressed and he decided, I'm going to do something for me and I'm going to hike the Appalachian Trail. I'm going to do this. All these gears do not give the vibe of someone that is planning to end their own life, okay? The concept of buying all of that gear, I don't think you do that if you are planning a one-way ticket. You know what I'm saying? Okay. And so, yes, altogether this is alarming, but if you look at it in pieces like that, then you can kind of understand it a lot more. Now, I don't know what they're going to say happened to him. Okay, obviously he's missing or gone, but buying all that gear is not suicidal tendency make, you know?
But there was one major problem. Derek had left most of it behind. His wallet and cash were still in the car too. The scene
Okay, never
made
mind.
almost no sense. If he meant to survive in the backcountry, why walk away from the very gear that would have made that possible? This contradiction has haunted the case ever since. Maybe Derek only
Zero
planned
for
to
two
take a short
event
walk
tonight.
and return
How
for the
am I
rest
0
of
for
the
2?
stuff. Maybe
One
he
for
was
ze-
trying to imitate the stripped-down
Zero
survival
for
style
one.
of
What
Man
was
vs.
2?
Wild, a show his family said he liked. Maybe he never had a coherent wilderness plan at all. Or maybe someone else entered the picture after he
One
arrived
before
at
this?
Newfound Gap. Search and rescue teams soon moved into the area.
No, because we don't have an answer for what happened before this. You know, I was just given the each time I say now we don't know what happened yet, but I'm saying there is the hypothetical of this. These videos are always like, here are the creepiest details possible. But I want you all to be aware that the scariest look at the details is not always the most likely opportunity, you know?
About 60 people and 3 dog teams took part, covering more than 70 miles of trail around the parking area.
Okay, there's a story that's a creepypasta story, I believe. Okay, but this is one of those instances that I think of, I'm reminded of stories like this. And it's something that I think it's a fictional story, but I do feel it's relevant because I want you to always consider these things as well. The girl is standing on a bridge. She is planning to jump. Okay. She has gotten rid of all of her belongings. She has sent all of her goodbye messages. Okay. She is ready to jump, and a man comes and sees her on the bridge. Talks to her, tells her, you know, she has life worth living. There are important things. People will miss her. No, I've told everyone I'm gone. All this stuff. Regardless, he eventually convinces her to get off the bridge. Okay. Goes to his car. He's like, let me drive you. Like, let me drive you home. Let me drive you somewhere. Let's get food, whatever. She gets in the car. As she's in the car, she realizes there is no handles on her side. And the door is locked. And she cannot get out. And it's the ending is the realization that she has now been abducted. And no one knows that she has been abducted because they think that she killed herself. And it's one of the worst stories I've ever fucking read in my life, because that's fucking maybe the worst thing I've ever fucking heard. That irritates the fuck out of me. It's so upsetting. It's so fucking upsetting. Okay. So my point is with bringing this up is, again, buying all the gear is a lot. So I'm not saying that maybe he hurt himself, maybe he didn't. Maybe he bought the gear and maybe he met a friend and was like trying to go and like, oh, let's do this, and then that person killed him. Who knows? Okay. I'm not 0 for 2. Me speculating is not, I'm not a fucking cop. This is a Twitch stream. This is a YouTube stream. We're yapping. There's no way to be wrong. It's definitely made up, because the point is that you wouldn't find the girl. Like, that's the point. But like, my point with bringing that up, it's like, yeah, everyone's going to assume that that girl took her own life when really she had been abducted in this story, you know?
They checked places where someone could have left the trail, pushed into the brush, and disappeared. Rangers asked if anyone had seen Derek, a young man matching his description, or anything unusual around Newfound Gap that day. And this is where the case gets even stranger. It was a sunny day. People were out hiking, picnicking, and moving through the area, yet no dependable witnesses ever emerged to place Derek there. There was one possible sighting along Newfound Gap Road that suggested he may have entered the woods from there, but that lead led nowhere. Then, the case took an even darker tone. Around the same time Derek vanished, another young man...
It's not a modification, Omen. That's a different story. It's not a modification. There's just another story that's hitchhiking. There's no need to correct the story. Multiple stories can have story endings that are similar.
And disappeared in the same general area of the Smokies. His name was Michael Giovanni Cacchini. Friends last saw him on March 18, 2012, just a day after Derek was last captured on surveillance video. During the search for Derek, rangers found Michael's abandoned vehicle parked along a walkway off Newfound Gap Road. It was an odd place to leave a car overnight, and not the kind of spot where someone on a normal hiking trip would be expected to begin a backcountry trek. Like Derek, Michael was heavily searched for and not found during the initial effort. Months later, a backpack and human remains were discovered in the park near the area connected to his disappearance. The remains were eventually identified as Michael's, giving one of the two disappearances a grim ending, but not a clear explanation.
Yeah, that's
the question
so
of if the
far off.
cases were related began to
Was
arise.
it not? Was it too far off trail?
But Derek's case continued to make no progress. Every theory seemed to hit a wall. One possibility is that he went into the wilderness on purpose and intended not to come back, whether to take his life or somehow start a new one in the woods. The note in his car immediately points people in that direction, but even that theory has problems. If Derek meant to disappear in the mountains and possibly take his life, why buy so much survival gear first? Another theory is that he wanted some kind of survival challenge. But again,
You
why
still
even
wouldn't buy the
then
gear.
in the first place? Then there is the possibility of foul play. Maybe Derek meant to scout the area and return for the rest of his gear, and during that window he crossed paths with someone who had malicious intentions. Maybe the note was genuine, or maybe it was meant to mislead whoever found the car. But that theory has problems too. There is no body, blood, torn clothes, confirmed witnesses, or any definitive sign of an attack or abduction. More than a decade later, Derek Liu King is still missing.
Had an accident, yeah.
Louise Chaput. Louise Chaput was the kind of person people remembered fondly.
Chaput.
She was 52 years old, a mother of two, and by all accounts, deeply compassionate. She
I'm
loved the
assuming they
outdoors,
did.
forests, mountains, and quiet places were where she found peace. So when plans for a hiking trip with friends fell through in November 2001, Louise did not cancel the trip. Instead, she decided to go alone. She packed up her silver Ford Focus station wagon, left Quebec, and drove south toward New Hampshire. Her destination was Pinkham Notch Lodge in the White Mountains section of the Appalachian Mountains. She planned to spend just a few days there and be back home in time for work on Monday, November 19. It sounded simple enough, but the place she was heading toward had a reputation of its own. Mount Washington is beautiful, but it's also notoriously dangerous. The area is known for brutal weather, lethal cold, and conditions that can turn deadly with almost no warning. Louise knew that. She had climbed Mount Washington before and had grown up hiking and skiing. She crossed into the United States through the state of Vermont shortly before noon on Thursday, November 15. By mid-afternoon, she reached the visitor's center area. Louise stopped in and asked where she could take a short walk to stretch her legs after the long drive. She wanted something easy and brief to kick off her multi-day trip, something she could finish before dark. The clerk directed her to Lost Pond Trail. It was just across the road from the lodge, a major fact that makes her case so unsettling. Louise had not set out on some extreme backcountry adventure. This was just a short walk. But somewhere between that simple plan and the end of the day, Louise vanished. When she failed to return to Quebec and did not show up for work on Monday, alarm bells went off. Her boyfriend contacted authorities in New Hampshire and the search began. Their immediate thinking was the weather played a part. And at first, that assumption made perfect sense. Louise had gone alone into a mountain region famous for harsh weather, steep terrain, and sudden danger. In late November, even a short walk can become serious if someone slips, gets turned around, or spends too long out in the cold. Everything about the setting pointed in that direction. But searchers would soon find one important clue. Louise's silver Ford Focus station wagon was still in the visitor center parking lot. The search unfolded in exactly the kind of conditions that make the White Mountains so feared. Dozens of people from the New Hampshire Fish and Game, Mountain Rescue Services, Androscoggin Valley Search and Rescue, and the U.S. Forest Service headed into the area. They were met by high winds, blowing snow, and bitter cold. Wind chills dropped well below zero. If a missing person is injured or exposed in those kinds of conditions, every hour counts, but the first day produced nothing. On the second day, the weather improved somewhat, and a helicopter from the U.S. Army National Guard joined the search from above. Still nothing. Louise seemed to have vanished into one of the best-known mountain areas in New Hampshire without leaving behind any clear explanation. And because of where she disappeared, most people naturally assumed the worst. She could have suffered a fall or succumbed to exposure. Maybe she got disoriented and was lost in the wilderness. Anything was a possibility, which made the search for her that much harder. Then, on the afternoon of Thursday, November 22, Thanksgiving Day in the U.S., the search came to an end. Members of the New Hampshire Fish and Game found Louise's body, and the location only made things stranger. She was not found far from where her car had been parked, close to the trailhead and only a short distance.
This happens so often, though. You really don't know how little space you need to get lost, trip, dehydration, and accident. I think one thing that, like, people really don't realize how quickly dehydration can set in. You know? You really don't know. Like, obviously we don't know what happened just yet, but, like, it's very common to, like, to be found not that far from the trail. Happens in Joshua Tree from time to time.
Distance from a well-used area. At first, the public details were limited, and in a place like that, most people still assumed the mountain had claimed another life. But 2 days later, that assumption collapsed. The medical examiner ruled Luis's death a homicide. Luis had been stabbed multiple times. Everything about it was set up to look like a wilderness tragedy.
How do you set up stabbing to look like a wilderness tragedy? Don't piss me off, Chilling Scares. Everything about it was set up to look like a wilderness. She was stabbed multiple. No, God. Don't piss me off. What? What?
A dangerous mountain range, bad weather, but what looked like a missing hiker case turned out to be a murder, and no suspect was ever identified.
Check the fucking visitor center. Are you fucking joking? Was anyone else there? Did they hear her be told where to go to stretch her legs without any gear? Who was working the visitor center? Did anyone ask Bob in the back? Like, what the fuck are we talking? What do you mean?
More than 2 decades later, her case is still unsolved.
This just pissed me off. I'm actually so irritated. I'm so fucking
Trenny
irritated.
Gibson. On October 8, 1976, 16-year-old Trenny Gibson went on a school trip to the Great Smoky Mountains with about 40 other students from Meriden High School in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Is this negligence? Is this one supervisor negligence? God, if you ever want to, like, learn, God, what's the, I know a lot of people know about the cave case with the students and the soccer coach, I believe, that were in the cave. And it's like they go into the cave and then they got it flooded and they had to find them, the missing players. You guys remember this? This was a couple of years ago. The tide came in. Yeah, but it never went out. Like, they were stuck there for days. So that one pisses me off because go fuck yourself. There's another one where I think the entire group died. It's older. It was a teacher lied about his hiking and mountaineering experience and took a group of students with him and another supervisor and, like, in a fucking blizzard, and they all fucking died. There's many instances like this of just dudes either doing the dumb thing or lying about their experience. Mel Hamlin, who is a creator and a writer on TikTok. I like a lot of her stuff. She was in the outdoors world for years, and she's talked so much about how so many men lie about their experience level, and it ends up getting their partners killed, either themselves or their partners killed, because they just lie. Like, yeah, I've done whitewater rafting, and they fucking haven't, and then they take the lead, and then they both die. That was the German boys, I think. Yeah, the German boys. It was haunting. It pissed me the fuck off. Like, it's one of those things where I'm just like, those poor fucking kids, their poor fucking families. Fuck that man. Like, it really drives me up the fucking wall. Especially because I believe in that instance, there was a time where they stopped at, like, a checkpoint. And the witnesses were like, yeah, none of them were prepared for the weather, and we told them to turn back. And he was like, no, we're fine. I know what I'm doing. Like, it's one of those, you know how we watched that video of Caesar dying? And it was like he kept getting warnings. Like, hey, don't go into the meeting. You're going to get fucking murdered. And he didn't listen. It's like that. The same thing happened in those cases where it's just the hubris of I know what I'm doing.
Tennessee. She was quiet, well-liked, and interested in plants. In school, she was taking horticulture and hoped to study landscape architecture. A trip into the mountains was exactly the kind of thing she would have been excited about. The group was headed to Andrews Bald and Kwohi. The weather, though, was not great. It was damp, chilly, and poor enough that the trip could have easily been canceled. Trenny was also underdressed. She had left her coat behind in Knoxville and ended up hiking in a blouse, sweater, jeans, and tennis shoes. Another student, Robert Simpson, loaned her his wool jacket. The students were told to stay on the trail, not go beyond Andrews Bald, and be back at the bus by 3:30 that afternoon. After they reached Andrews Bald and ate lunch, Trenny separated from Robert at around 1:30 p.m. He later said she wanted to head back towards the bus while he stayed behind. As she made her way back, other students saw her along the trail. One girl walked with her briefly. Another group invited her to stop and sit down, but Trenny kept going. One student later recalled that Trenny seemed to be in a hurry. Then, at about 2:50 that afternoon,
She was excited to see bugs. I don't think her demeanor might be... Seems in a hurry can mean a bunch of different things, you know?
saw her walk a little further ahead, stop, bend down, and step off the trail to the right by herself. This was the last confirmed sighting of Trenny Gibson. When students got back to the bus around 3:30, it became clear something was wrong. Trenny was not there.
What?
Her teacher, Wayne Dunlap, started looking for her almost immediately. Another student searched too, but neither found anything. By around 4:30 p.m., rangers had been contacted and the case became an official missing person search inside the Appalachian Mountains. And the timing was awful. Evening was coming on and rain, fog, wind, and falling temperatures were moving in. The trails were slick with wet leaves, and visibility was getting worse by the hour. Even so, those looking for her would find evidence that Trenny may not have been alone. Searchers found broken undergrowth near the place where Trenny was last seen. Nearby were 3 cigarette butts and a partially consumed can of beer, suggesting that someone else may have been in that area.
But how were there any signs that those were fresh or recent, you know?
The longest lead came from the tracking dogs. After being given Trenny's scent, they followed it past the Kwohi Tower lookout point and toward a spot roughly 1.5 miles away, where the scent then disappeared. Some thought Trenny may have moved toward the road rather than simply wandering deeper into the wilderness. The search grew quickly. Over the course of the broader search, roughly 756 people took part. And despite all of that, nothing conclusive was ever found. The FBI opened an investigation and looked into possible sightings that were reported. None of them led anywhere. The dead ends didn't seem to make any sense. She was not alone in the deep wilderness. She was on a school trip on a marked trail in one of the most visited parts of the mountains. Then she stepped off the trail for just a moment and vanished. One theory is that she made it to the road and encountered the wrong person. Others believe someone around her that day knew more than they ever admitted. But nearly 50 years later, there is still no body, no proven crime scene, and no clear answer as to what happened to her. Thelma Melton. On November 25, 1981, 58-year-old Thelma Melton, known to her friends as Polly, went for what should have been an easy afternoon walk in the mountains. That day, Polly set out on the Deep Creek Trail in the Appalachian Mountains with 2 friends, Pauline Cannon and Trula Gudger. It was one of her favorite hikes, a familiar trail that was well used and easy to follow. The weather was warm, the creek was shallow because of drought, and the trail was busy enough that other hikers were often around. Nothing about the setting screamed danger. At first, the walk seemed normal and Polly was in good spirits. She had even made homemade spaghetti sauce before leaving and expected to be back later that day to finish the ordinary routines of her life. About an hour into the hike, around 4 p.m., the 3 women reached the turnaround point and started heading back. And that is where the case takes a strange turn. Polly, who had been walking more slowly than usual earlier in the day, suddenly picked up speed. One of her friends even joked that they weren't going to race her. Polly turned, laughed, and kept going. It was the last normal moment anyone had with her. That sudden burst of pace stood out because Polly was not young. She was a heavy smoker and had high blood pressure. She was not the sort of person anyone would expect to suddenly power away down a trail for no clear reason. But that is exactly what she seemed to do. She moved ahead of her friends, went over a rise in the trail, and disappeared from sight. At first, her friends were not alarmed. They assumed Polly was joking around or hurrying back to check on her husband, Robert, who was waiting back at the trailhead. But when they came over the same rise themselves, she was gone. Her friends still tried to make it fit an ordinary explanation. But when they got back and Robert said Polly had not returned yet, the situation changed immediately. By then, she had been out of sight for close to an hour, and one small detail would linger afterward. Just before she disappeared over the hill, her friend said Polly had paused and waved. It was such an ordinary gesture, the kind that means nothing in the moment until it becomes the last thing anyone remembers. Her friends and their husbands went back out to retrace the route. They asked other hikers if anyone had seen her. No one had. And that made the case even stranger. The Deep Creek Trail
Did she, you said go over a ridge. Did she fall off a ridge and die?
was popular and it was close to a parking area. It was certainly busy enough that someone should have noticed a woman like Polly if she had simply kept walking. By about 6 p.m., park rangers were contacted, and about an hour later, a formal search was underway. At first, searchers thought they had at least one useful detail. Polly's shoes had a distinctive line across the sole that made her tracks easier to identify. But that clue went nowhere almost immediately. The trail was too busy and too many other people had passed through. Investigators couldn't even determine where Polly had left the trail at all. Over the weekend, the search grew. Volunteers joined park rangers, bloodhounds were brought in, and the trail was closed. In the end, roughly 150 volunteers and 9 search dogs took part. And then came one of the strangest details in the whole case. When the dogs were taken to the point where Polly had been last seen, they reacted strongly. They picked up her scent, but instead of carrying it down the trail or off into the woods, they circled the area and howled. It was as if the trail simply ended where she vanished. Searchers found no clear path away from the point or obvious sign that she had wandered into the forest. There was no evidence of a struggle. No clothing, no dropped belongings, nothing.
See, this is the ones that get me because I'm like, zero trace is crazy. And like, it's not like, oh yeah, hey, I'll meet you back at the car. They were, let's say, maybe max 50 feet behind her. You know? And she's just vanished.
Rangers also ruled out some of the more dramatic natural explanations. The temperatures were mild, so exposure was unlikely. Animals in the area were also not considered large enough to drag her out of sight. Later, once leaves began to fall and visibility improved, a helicopter surveyed the area from above. Still, nothing. The search continued for 5 days and officially ended on October 2. But the mystery only deepened once investigators started looking at Polly's life in the days before she disappeared. A pastor who knew Polly said she had seemed somewhat depressed after her mother's recent death. There was also an issue with missing Valium, an anxiety medication. Robert told investigators that his prescription bottle was gone, raising the possibility that Polly had taken it. This opened the door to a different theory. Maybe she had been more depressed than anyone realized and she meant to harm herself. Or maybe she took the medication, became disoriented, and somehow wandered off in a way searchers never thought of. Some people wondered if Polly had arranged to leave voluntarily, an idea that was built around a few strange facts. She skipped the volunteer shift she was expected to attend. She reportedly made unusual phone calls preceding her disappearance. There was a parking area and a road not far from where she disappeared, and her sudden burst of speed on the trail could look less random if she was hurrying to meet someone. Months later, that theory picked up one more odd detail. A check made out to Polly was cashed in Birmingham, Alabama, where her family had roots. But even that lead went nowhere. Investigators never established who cashed it. And if Polly really had chosen to run off and start over, she did it in a way that required abandoning her medication, identification, clothes, and everyone who knew her. Her family believed that sounded nothing like her. Then there's the possibility of foul play. Her family seemed to lean toward this idea. Polly was walking alone while wearing jewelry, and she disappeared near a road and parking area. In theory, she could have been lured away, forced into a car, or picked up by someone. But that theory has its own problem. Deep Creek Trail was public and busy, open enough that an attack or abduction should have drawn attention. And yet, no witness ever came forward with a convincing story of seeing Polly attacked, robbed, or taken. Polly Melton was declared legally dead in 1988, and her family eventually held a memorial for her. But the National Park Service still lists her as missing. And more than 4 decades later, the mystery has stayed the same. A woman on a familiar trail walked ahead of her friends, waved once, disappeared over a rise, and was never seen again.
Sorry, 1 second. I gotta make a call. I'll be right back. Sorry, I just got a message. Hi. Sorry. I got an email and I had to call my manager because I got fucking irritated. So, everything is fine and dandy. Hopefully. Hopefully it's getting sorted because it's not my fucking problem. So someone else is sorting it out. Every day I don't know a thing about what Kid Rock is doing, the better. The better. The least I know about Kid Rock, the better. Anyways, I got a protein brownie that I put in the microwave. Because it's supposed to be like a protein bar. But I was like, what if I stick it in the microwave? And you know what? It made it soft. Infinitely better. So yes. Yeah, again, that's one of the things that gets me about certain cases. Like, how did you disappear like that? You know? Oh, here we go. 28 minutes of purely horrific information.
Roller coaster decapitation.
Never mind.
Dennis Martin. On the afternoon of
Someone clip that. Please. Please. Someone clip that. I'm so sorry. I'm going to need someone to clip that. Sorry. That's not funny. Because I do know that case, but that's why we're not watching it. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Okay, are you open to seeing this one? Disturbing last seen footage of murder victims. Are you open to seeing that one? I'm assuming this is pre them getting murdered, which we talked about in another video, another stream, where we talked about the concept of like haunting footage of like, oh yeah, this is the last time she was seen before X happened. And it's like, you know, the horrible thing. Yes, I'm interested. Okay. Okay, clipped it. Thank you.
On the evening of June 2nd, 2007, 18-year-old Kelsey Smith went shopping alone. She had just graduated from high school 9 days earlier and wanted to buy a 6-month anniversary present for her boyfriend, John. However, what was meant to be a quick, uneventful shopping trip instead turned into a tragedy. Though nothing seemed out of place at first. Kelsey left her home in Overland Park, Kansas at around 6:30 p.m. and reached the Target near Oak Park Mall without any trouble about 30 minutes later. She even called her mother shortly after arriving at the store to ask where she could find gift boxes. Unfortunately, this was the last conversation anyone ever had with her. Her family grew concerned when more than an hour passed and she still hadn't returned home. There was no message from her about some unexpected delay, and her phone was going straight to voicemail.
Hi guys, it's Kelsey. Obviously, I can't come to the phone right now. Leave me a message.
Kelsey was the kind of person who would call her parents even if she was just a few minutes late. So for her to disappear like this was highly unusual. Around the same time, John also showed up at Kelsey's house to pick her up for their date. Unfortunately, he didn't know anything about her whereabouts either. Fearing the worst, her family filed a missing person report. Meanwhile, her sister and John started looking for her around town, desperately hoping that she was just stranded somewhere due to something minor like car trouble. And while they finally found a lead, it raised more questions than it answered. They were searching the area surrounding the Target when they spotted her car parked outside the Macy's on the opposite side of the Oak Park Mall about half a mile from her last known location. This was already strange enough on its own. However, the most concerning part was the condition they found it in. It was fully unlocked, and the only thing missing from it besides Kelsey herself was her phone. All of her belongings, including her purse and the gift she bought for John hours earlier, were still in the car, which begged the question, what could have possibly caused her to abandon her car in this state? Fortunately, Macy's had a CCTV camera pointed at the parking lot, allowing investigators to acquire the footage and analyze it for potential
I remember.
clues.
I definitely know this case because I remember seeing this
nothing could have
footage.
prepared them for what they were about to uncover. CCTV footage showed the car pull into the lot at 9:17 p.m., over 2 hours after Kelsey was last heard from. However, instead of Kelsey, an unknown man wearing a white t-shirt got out of the driver's side door and quickly fled the scene. Unfortunately, the footage was too blurry to see any identifying features besides his clothes. What investigators didn't know at the time was the color
really
of his
bad.
shirt would prove crucial in this investigation. But for now, the focus was on finding Kelsey before it was too late. The next step in their investigation was to analyze the last known footage of Kelsey shopping at the Target. Unfortunately, this footage didn't show anything unusual, at least at first glance. Target's surveillance system had captured her
Notice the guy in the white shirt behind her in that aisle.
entire shopping trip. Everything from entering the building, to calling her mother, buying the gift, and then leaving in her car. However, while doing a frame-by-frame analysis, one of the detectives noticed a tiny anomaly near the end of the footage. As she was about to get in her car, the camera captured what looked like a man in a white t-shirt running toward her at the last second. There was a strong chance that this was the same man who would later abandon her car in the Macy's parking lot hours later. With this newfound knowledge, investigators watched the footage again, and this time they noticed something even more horrific. As
hate
Kelsey
this.
was browsing through the store, a man in a white t-shirt could be seen stalking her through every aisle. He kept
And everyone, some people were giving me shit for being paranoid about that guy following me around the store last week. But you know what? It's because you never fucking know. That guy could have killed me. You never know. Don't follow people around a grocery store. This is your legacy.
following her until she was about to pay for her items, and then rushed out of the store before her, likely
I'm so sorry. I'm getting PTSD. Like that. It's so. The parallels are too much there. The parallels are too there. I'm so sorry. In broad fucking daylight, he rushed at her car. It sounds like he may have gotten in her car.
so he could ambush her as she was getting in her car. Fortunately, the entrance camera managed to capture the only somewhat usable image of his face, allowing investigators to set up a tip line for anyone who knew him. Another camera also captured the make and model of his truck when he arrived at the store minutes earlier. This narrowed down the search considerably. All they needed now was information on who this man was. And after sifting through hundreds of false reports, investigators finally received a tip from someone claiming to be his neighbor. They recognized his face and truck on TV and immediately called the police. Not long after, officers arrested 26-year-old Edwin Hall at his home. He was getting ready to leave the state for a supposed vacation with his wife and kids. Fortunately, officers were able to reach him before he fled. Though, to their surprise, Edwin confessed to being at the location without any pushback, and even confirmed that he was the one in the CCTV footage. But he also denied having anything to do with Kelsey. Luckily, his lie did not last long. Investigators had actually found a single unknown fingerprint on the seatbelt latch of Kelsey's car when searching through it earlier. However, it didn't match any print they had on record. But with Edwin's arrest, they were able to take his fingerprints, which turned out to be a perfect match for the one found in Kelsey's car. The same day, police also found Kelsey's remains near a lake in Missouri, about 20 miles from the Target. None of which would have been possible if Kelsey's last shopping trip hadn't been captured by Target's surveillance system. Edwin was
Target films fucking everything. So Target is one of those places where they will let you, I'm not saying they'll let you like this is like a thing. I know people who have charges because of Target doing this, okay? Target is one of those places where if you shoplift once or twice, and they'll catch you, but they won't confront you. So they'll wait, they'll create a file on you, and they'll capture all the evidence they need until the amount of items that you shoplifted gets to a certain threshold. And then they will hand it over, and then they will press charges. I know people this has happened to. So but that also means that their security systems are pretty robust. Yeah, go to a Target. You'll get at least footage.
Charged with the kidnapping and murder of Kelsey Smith and stood trial in July 2008. He pled guilty to all charges to avoid the death penalty and was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. On the night of Valentine's Day 2017, a home security camera installed outside the house of 35-year-old Ellie Tran showed her returning home from work and pulling into the driveway. unaware that a dangerous stalker was hiding just outside the camera's view, waiting for the right opportunity to attack.
I hate
as
this.
soon as she got out of the car, the stalker lunged at her from behind the bushes and tackled her to
Oh
the
God,
ground before running away on foot just seconds later. And while Ellie looked mostly unharmed at first, the attacker had actually injected her with a cyanide-filled syringe while she was on the ground, which, for those who don't know, is one of the deadly...
Oh my God! Sorry, that's the worst thing. Oh God. I'm gonna throw up. I'm gonna throw up. Cause what do you fucking do? Die? You just sit there and die? Oh my God. No one's allowed to call me paranoid ever again about stalkers. Never. Oh my fucking God. Oh my fucking God. Target. No shit, Mondegers. Like, but okay. Obviously. The day I learned that working there was wild, and that's how I found out they put a camera in the care walk-in freezer. Yeah. Play a fishing game. No, unfortunately, we do need to know. This is fucking insane. Also, all fishing games low-key kind of suck for some reason. I don't know why. I've played a few. I don't like them.
Poisons on Earth. What made this situation even worse was the fact that this wasn't a crazed stalker or a random serial killer. Instead, this was 30-year-old Joseph Merlino III, Ellie's ex-boyfriend, and someone she had a 2-year-old daughter with. The two got into a relationship.
As I have said, statistically, the most likely person to cause you... Dirkle, I'm sorry. Did I give you a shout out? You won the Swell Grand Prix. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I think I gave you a shout out when you subscribed, in case I didn't think you were subscribing. Sammy, you also followed. Sorry. Statistically speaking, the most likely person to harm you is a current partner, a former partner, or someone that's been in your life. Statistically speaking, if you are a woman. In general, violent crimes are most likely done, you most likely know your perpetrator, whether casually or intimately, like having a child with them. And again, the thought of killing someone that is the mother of your child. I don't even like how this video is fucking phrasing it like that. Yeah, they even share a child together. No. They have a child together. Like, I hate the removed way that true crime talks about the stories like this. Because it's framed as like, oh my God, isn't this scary? She got randomly attacked. No. Because this definitely didn't happen out of fucking nowhere.
Time in late 2013, and things started off quite well. However, Joseph started becoming aggressive when Ellie became pregnant and invited her parents to live with her. You see, Ellie had actually immigrated to the US from Vietnam before meeting Joseph. She wanted to build a stable life in the US with Joseph and their child, but she also wanted her parents to be a part of this new life. So, in 2014, she flew her parents to the US and gave them a place at her and Joseph's home. This became a major point of contention between the couple, with Joseph becoming more and more aggressive with each passing day. Things escalated to the point of physical violence by mid-2016, forcing Ellie to break up with Joseph and get a restraining order against him. She also kept full custody of their daughter. However, Ellie knew that Joseph wasn't going to leave her alone so easily. She lived in constant fear that he would one day show up and take their daughter from her, which was the only reason she installed security cameras both inside and outside her home. But even Ellie couldn't have predicted the lengths Joseph was willing to go for revenge. Immediately after the attack on February 14, Ellie tried to get inside and call 911. She didn't know exactly what had happened, but she knew he had injected something into her leg. But she passed away before making that call. Luckily, her mother saw it.
That's how fucking quickly it worked. Before she could get inside to make the call. I'm so... But yeah, sure, I should give a shit about the male loneliness epidemic. I really should. I really should totally care. You know?
Everything, including Joseph's face as he was running away.
Men are protectors. You know how they like to say that? Who's gonna protect you? Gee.
She called emergency services and Ellie was rushed to a nearby hospital. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Cyanide prevents cells from
Horrifying.
using oxygen, which is
Fucking
needed to keep
horrifying.
them alive.
Horrifying
the cells
way to
can no
go.
longer produce energy, and vital organs like the heart and brain start failing rapidly, leading to a state of internal suffocation, even if the person is breathing. By the time Ellie reached the hospital, she had already suffered severe brain damage. She was pronounced brain dead shortly afterward, forcing her parents to make the painful decision of cutting off her life support. The home
God.
security footage, alongside the statement from Ellie's mother, allowed investigators to zero in on Joseph and arrest him just 3 days later on February 17. They also searched his home and found several other dangerous items, like guns and materials for making explosives. However, despite the evidence, Joseph tried to claim that he was in a different city on the night of the murder, and that the person in the home security footage was someone else. However, the prosecution didn't believe any of it. Phone records proved that his statement about being in a different city was a complete lie. More importantly, prosecutors were able to prove that the murder was fully premeditated.
Yeah, no
Forensic analysis
shit!
of his internet traffic.
Sometimes there's details where I'm like, I get why in a trial you would need to show that. This isn't a trial. We got that part, you know?
Revealed that leading up to the crime, he had searched terms like, how many milligrams of cyanide will kill you? What if cyanide gets in the bloodstream? And what if cyanide gets injected?
He wanted to make sure it definitely killed her.
Investigators were also able to track down the people he
What about your
purchased
blood pressure?
cyanide
I'm
and the
sure.
syringe from on marketplaces like eBay and Etsy. However, the most damning evidence proving his sinister motives came from an incident that happened back in December
He also
2016.
did it.
According to Ellie's mother, Ellie was coming home from work one day when suddenly a man approached her and threw an unknown chemical on her. Thankfully, the chemical only burned her hair and caused minor burns on her scalp, allowing her to recover with
There is a, I believe, hotel, and I believe India, I think, that is entirely employs women who are victims of acid attacks. So they can have employment. And every single one of them has horrific burn scars that someone did to them. And that sounds like a tangent, but it's not. Because even if it was just light burning to her scalp, it could have not been, you know? Like, that's a horrific thing to do to someone. Yeah. No, it's... Too many men make these channels. Do I need to be a woman that makes these channels so I can just curse at these men?
without any permanent injuries. Ellie later told her mother that she believed the attacker was Joseph. This showed that Joseph was coming up with ways of harming Ellie even before the lethal attack. Joseph, however, stayed adamant that he was innocent and even went on a hunger strike for a few months before his trial.
Fucking starve and
Prosecutors
die.
believe he did this to lose a lot of weight and look significantly different from how he looked in the security
Go ahead and
camera
starve
footage,
and die, I don't give a
possibly
shit.
hoping to trick the jury into handing out an innocent verdict. Unfortunately for him, this plan failed as well. He stood trial in December 2018 and was sentenced to life in prison. On the 12th of May 2020,
putting aside the fact that he was abusive during their relationship as well, again, you loved this woman. You had a child with this woman. And you killed her, but you also tried prior to that. Like, Fucking allegedly he loved her. Yeah, allegedly. Jesus fuck. You know?
22, a government inspector was doing a land survey in the wooded area surrounding the National Guard Armory in Wadesboro, North Carolina. But partway through the survey, the inspector discovered the last thing he was expecting behind the armory, a complete human skeleton. The only other items nearby were a black top and a pair of women's leggings, indicating that this skeleton likely belonged to a woman. Further inspection of the remains also confirmed that she had likely passed away somewhere between 9 months and a year ago. Now, this was a major discovery, especially because it happened in a not-so-secluded area near a government building and a high school. There was also a strong chance that this person either got lost in the woods or was placed there by someone trying to hide their crime. Either way, it would have been best to make the finding public and enlist the public's help in identifying the person. But for unknown reasons, the Wadesboro Police Department did not report it publicly. It wasn't until January 2024 that this case received its first major update. Someone from the Wadesboro area came forward with disturbing images their trail camera had captured back on August 21, 2021, close to the armory. They showed a woman, possibly in her mid to late 30s, walking alone in the forest very early in the morning. She was barefoot and was struggling to walk while using a stick for support. Her leggings and support stick were also wet up to her knees, suggesting she might have walked through the creek just south of the trail cam. More importantly, she was wearing the same top and leggings the surveyor would find alongside the skeletal remains about 9 months later. However, while the trail cam footage gave a face to the remains, investigators were still no closer to identifying her. She didn't match any missing person reports in the area, leaving investigators with no clear leads to follow. With no other option, authorities uploaded the trail cam images alongside any information they had on the National Missing Persons database, which turned out to be the correct move. Not long after the case gained traction online, the woman was identified as Amber Ray Johnston, who was 36 years old when she went missing back in August 2021. This trail cam footage was the last time she was seen alive. Her mother recognized her after coming across the images online. A DNA test in March 2025 also confirmed that the skeletal remains belonged to her daughter, Amber. The only question that remained now was what happened to Amber? How did she end up in Wadesboro, North Carolina, over 2,200 miles from her home in Bullhead City, Arizona? Unfortunately, the answer to this question would turn out to be far more complex than the investigators might have expected. Amber's story began in Bullhead City, Arizona, where she was in an emotionally and physically abusive relationship with her on-again, off-again boyfriend, Jarrett Ward. Both Jarrett and Amber also had a severe substance abuse problem, which only made their relationship worse. They eventually broke up in the summer of 2021, and Jarrett went back to his hometown in South Carolina.
Yeah,
During
it
this
does
time,
look like
authorities had their
a
first strange
bra
encounter with
top.
Amber. On the 8th of August, at around 8 a.m., she apparently went swimming with someone she had just met. He stayed behind on the water's edge while Amber dove in, leaving her ID and clothes behind in his care. He went back to get a life jacket for himself, but when he returned, Amber was nowhere to be seen. Assuming that she might have drowned, he contacted the police, who began a search and rescue mission immediately. However, just hours into the search, police received a call from Amber's landlady stating that she returned home safe. Then, in mid-August, she got on a Greyhound
Why
bus
would they
and
get a
started
call
traveling
from the
east.
landlady?
It's unclear if she was going back to her mother's place in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, or if she was planning on visiting Jarrett in South Carolina. However, she didn't reach either of these destinations. Witnesses saw her purchasing a bus ticket in Winston-Salem, North Carolina.
I mean,
August 17,
it's sounding like some
2021,
erratic behavior.
And that was the last time Amber was ever seen alive. The last ping from her phone came from Charlotte on August 19, 2021. 3 days after that, she was captured by the trail camera in Wadesboro, over 90 miles from Winston-Salem, before disappearing completely until her remains were discovered 9 months later. However, how she reached Wadesboro or why she went there in the first place remains a mystery to this day. The most puzzling part of her case is that authorities still haven't considered any foul play in her disappearance and death.
No, it does seem like she was
signs strongly
experiencing
pointing
some
towards
type
that
of psychosis,
possibility.
maybe.
The biggest of which are her SNAP food stamps and credit card, both of which were used by other people, including Jarrett, after her supposed death. She had actually told her mother about Jarrett stealing her credit card to purchase drugs in the past. So, him somehow getting a hold of it and using it for online purchases after her death should have made him the #1 suspect.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Jarrett passed away himself from an overdose in 2022, leaving investigators with no lead to follow. The second strange sign is a travel video that was posted to her Facebook account on August 18, showing the bus traveling through Birmingham, Alabama, even though phone records showed that she was in Charlotte, North Carolina the next day. It's possible someone else posted this older travel video on her account to throw off anyone looking for her, but there's no way for us to confirm or deny that theory. It also makes little to no sense for Amber to get lost and lose her life in a patch of woods that's surrounded by a government building, a high school, a hospital, and several restaurants and convenience stores all within walking distance. Lastly, her lack of proper clothing and use of a walking stick in the trail cam footage also points to something far more sinister than her just getting lost in the woods. Unfortunately, with the primary suspect now passed away himself, the truth of what happened to Amber in August 2021 will likely never come out.
Could be drugs, could be psychosis, you know?
On the morning of January 25, 2019, Elizabeth Barraza, known to her friends as just Liz, woke up early to set up a garage sale outside her suburban home in Tomball, Texas. She lived there with her husband, Sergio, and the two had been happily married for nearly 5 years. Their 5th anniversary was also just a few days away, and they had planned to spend the occasion visiting Universal and Disney parks in Florida. They were both massive fans of franchises like Harry Potter and Star Wars, so this was the perfect plan for their special day. Tragically, Liz never lived to see this day she had been looking forward to. As she was setting up the garage sale, security cameras from around the neighborhood captured a black truck driving in and parking a few lots down from Liz's house.
I don't like that.
The driver of this truck then got out, approached Liz in her driveway, and started talking to her about something at around 6:58 a.m.
I don't like
her
this.
doorbell camera recorded her saying good morning to this person in a way that made it seem like she didn't know who they were. But then, just a few seconds later, unprompted, the person took out a firearm and opened fire, shooting Liz 4 different times before running back to their truck and driving away. 3 different neighbors called 911 seconds after hearing the gunshots. First responders arrived just a few minutes later and rushed Liz to a nearby hospital. Unfortunately, the damage was too severe, resulting in her passing away shortly after arriving. The video footage captured the whole incident, but it wasn't clear enough to pick up any identifying features. However, as the investigation went on, the biggest issue that confused the authorities was the complete lack of a logical motive. First of all, this wasn't a robbery or something along those lines. The killer didn't take anything and just ran off after committing the crime. More importantly, the way they made sure to shoot her one more time after she had already fallen to the ground made it seem like this was a deliberate hit, almost as if someone had sent a hitman after her. However, investigators couldn't find any reason why someone would do that. Everyone who knew Liz described her as the brightest person they knew. She wanted nothing more than to see others happy and even spent her free time cosplaying as a stormtrooper and visiting children's hospitals to cheer them up. Security footage from around the neighborhood also showed the killer driving around her home and staying in nearby parking lots hours before the crime. The timing of the crime was also quite suspicious.
I don't know.
It happened just 4 minutes after Sergio had left for work. Whoever the killer was, they knew the couple's schedules. Liz had also not told anyone about the garage sale beforehand, so there was no way for some random person to know that she would be alone outside at that time.
Yeah, that was gonna be my other thing, because not that like this would be a motive for murder or anything like that, but like if you've ever done a garage sale, even from when I was a kid, if you advertise it the day before, there are people that will show up and like almost wait like rope drop. I don't know why I said like that. Like, if you say 6 to 7 a.m., then when you're setting up before 6, there are people standing around wanting to be the first ones to pick through everything. So that's what I thought this was at first. But obviously they didn't take anything. I'm curious if they looked at any of the stuff that was there.
This precise timing pretty much ruled out the possibility of a serial
Hi,
killer
Thyri.
taking advantage
I'm
of the
stressed.
opportunity, bringing authorities back to square one. The only possible lead they had was her husband, Sergio, and for a good reason. Spouses are often involved in these types of murders, especially when infidelity is involved. Putting Sergio as the mastermind could also explain how the killer knew about the garage sale and the exact time Sergio would leave for work. However, after thorough investigation, the police found no evidence of Sergio's involvement. Their marriage was simply too perfect and problem-free for him to have any reason to take her life, leaving the mystery of Elizabeth Barraza's death completely unsolved to this day.
Oh, did they do a lightsaber wait, that's really cute. Did they do a lightsaber vigil for her? I'm so sorry, that's really sweet. I actually really like that. I actually really like that.
February 2021 started off as a particularly cold month for the residents of the
Twitch
small
is so
town
annoying
of
about
Plains
alerts,
Township,
dude.
Pennsylvania. A blizzard the night before had deposited over 30 inches of snow across the region, forcing most of its residents to shovel
I'm
snow
stressed.
from their driveways.
This video is making me stressed because it's men. They're stressing me out.
If they wanted to get their cars out. However, for a local couple, 50-year-old James Goy and 48-year-old Lisa Goy, this simple activity proved lethal when they got into an argument with their neighbor across the street named Jeffrey Spade.
Oh, I've seen this. I've seen this footage. I've seen this unedited footage.
The fight had started...
Yeah, if you want... There's audio to this. I'm certain it's not here. If you want an example of why de-escalation is important, I do recommend watching this video. It is dark. It is one of the more haunting videos that I've seen, especially when you know that these two adults on this side of the screen were responsible for their son who was disabled. Like, he was entirely dependent on them. And I'll play it. It's the unedited audio version is around. It's a lot, okay? But if you think you can handle it, I do recommend it. It's a very, even guys that I know that are very much like rough and tough old dudes, this video makes them sick. And it's not graphic, it's just the weight of the video. It's graphic in the sense that you do see people die. It's also graphic in the weight of it. With just, this was so fucking unnecessary. It was so avoidable.
With Jeffrey accusing the couple of dumping snow too close to his house. A home security camera outside James and Lisa's home captured the argument as it escalated, with both groups hurling increasingly demeaning insults and curses at each other. In the heat of the moment, Jeffrey threatened the couple's lives before returning to his home. Normally, this would have been where the argument ended. However, Jeffrey had something much more drastic in mind. Seconds later, he came back with a firearm and opened fire, hitting the couple multiple times. He kept shooting until he ran out of ammunition. But after seeing that both James and Lisa were still alive, he went back inside and returned with a different firearm and took their lives at point-blank range. By the time first responders arrived at the scene, both Lisa and James had already passed away. But that wasn't all. Police entered Jeffrey's home to arrest him for his crime. However, Jeffrey, understanding the drastic, irreversible decision he had just made, likely didn't want to spend the rest of his life behind bars. So, after ending James and Lisa, he ended everything for himself as well, ending the investigation before it even began.
It's a rough video, but the way it's a rough fucking video. Because the entire time you're like, oh my God, walk away. But even as he's walking out with the gun, I think the other guy is still flipping him off from across the way, you know? Like, it's a rough fucking video. Because again, they're both alive. And then he does, again, go get another gun and finish them off. And now their child is an orphan. Like, it's a rough fucking video. It's so mundane. You're so right. Because he's almost too fucking calm, you know? It's one of the same reasons that I do what I call polite road rage, where if you see me from somewhere else, you might see me go like this, you know, but I'm not going to go like, fuck you, you know, because regardless of where you are, you don't know what that person is capable of. You don't know what they're going through. And it's like, you never know when it's that day for that someone, you know? It's a rough fucking video.
On the morning of February 12, 1993, Denise Bolger was visiting the New Strand Shopping Center in Bootle, England with her 2-year-old son, James. At one point during shopping, she let go of James's hand for a...
Is this the video of the boys kidnapping the kid and then killing him. I think this is the video of the youngest convicted killers. Yeah.
Split second to pay, but when she looked back, James had vanished without making a sound. In a panic, she immediately began looking for him, hoping that he was just wandering around the shopping center. However, James was nowhere to be found. She also called the police, who arrived within minutes and started searching for James in the streets surrounding the area. Over the next 2 days, more than 100 officers searched the streets of Bootle, while helicopter teams searched across the canal. Unfortunately, despite their combined efforts, they didn't find a single clue that could lead them to James. However, what looked like a simple missing child case at first would turn out to be one of the most disturbing crimes of the 20th century. The truth came out on February 14th when a group of young boys discovered James's remains on a railway track 2.5 miles from the shopping center. His body had been sliced in half by a passing train. However, that was only the tip of the iceberg. A later autopsy report revealed that James had a total of 42 injuries across his body, including 10 skull fractures and much more. While the graphic details of James's state are too gruesome for YouTube, they can only be described as an act of pure, inhuman cruelty. Someone had spent a long time.
I'm gonna wait until the story is
inflicting
done, and then I'm gonna
pain on the
explain
poor
what I
boy
want to
before he
say.
inevitably passed away from the injuries. However, the most shocking revelation of the case was yet to come. With the discovery of James's remains, the focus then shifted to uncovering and catching the person or persons responsible. Fortunately, the shopping center had CCTV cameras around the facility. And after scouring through the footage, investigators finally found their first solid lead. One of the cameras had captured the culprit taking James out of the shopping center, but it wasn't an adult as most would have suspected. Instead, James was seen being led away by two strikingly young boys. Footage from other cameras showed the two boys just hanging around the shopping center and shoplifting things like candy, toys, and paint. Then, at 3:42 p.m., they guided James away from his mother and took him outside. But there was no way for the investigators to identify the two boys on their own, so they released some of the enhanced footage on TV, resulting in a woman recognizing them and calling the station. On February 18, 6 days after James's murder, police arrested 10-year-old John Venables and Robert Thompson from their homes. What followed was an extensive 20-hour-long interrogation where the two initially tried to deny everything. But after some pressure, John buckled and confessed, stating, "I killed James. I did it. We did it. Will you tell his mom I'm sorry?" Police also interviewed around 38 witnesses who saw James with John and Robert that evening to get a full picture of what happened. John and Robert skipped school on February 12th and went to the shopping center with the express purpose of abducting a child. As one of them later confessed, they were planning to take James near a busy road and push him into oncoming traffic. But somewhere between taking him from his mother and going out, their plan took a turn for the worst. They took him to the railway track instead. Once alone, they forced James to endure the unimaginable until he finally passed away. They then dragged his remains onto the train tracks to make his death look like an accident before going back home. Because they demonstrated a clear understanding of the wrongness of their crimes, John and Robert faced a full adult trial in November 1993. And the evidence against them was overwhelming.
I think this is the last case on this one. I don't know if you guys heard of this case. It's still unfolding. Of the little girl. And I'm calling her a little girl because that's what she is. And she was brought into a garden while walking home from school by other boys. And they put rocks in her mouth so she wouldn't scream, while 3 of them took turns assaulting her. They were all also like 12 to 14 years old. She was 12. The only reason they stopped is because they heard her father yelling for her. And there are family members of these boys that are defending what they did. One of them even said, well, she was upset because she was going to have sex with one of them. So it's fucking horrific. their family members making comments like, well, we're going to ruin these boys' lives. They didn't know what they were doing. Okay, well, this little girl's life is ruined, unfortunately. She will have to endure what happened to her for the rest of her life. What your boys did to her for the rest of her life. The concept of taking rocks from the garden to shove in her mouth because her screaming was too loud. I don't know how you rehabilitate that. I really don't. She's alive. She is alive. They stopped. Only because they were afraid of getting caught, because her father was yelling for her and looking for her. Just last week, this one pissed me the fuck off because the video of this mom, she's way too fucking calm. She's way too cavalier and they're friends. They're little friends from school. He already had her number. She was bullying him. Did you know that? Do you know what her son did? Following a girl around, asking for her number. She said no. So he grabbed her ankles, so she hit her head. And when she fell, she was going into shock with how she fell. And then he stomped on her head. And I'm not supposed to believe that the manosphere has negative impact on how these teenage boys, these young boys, are looking at their female classmates, the girls in their class, these little girls. Mom pissed me all the way the fuck off. Fuck him. Fuck you too. That's fucking insane. Sorry, this video pissed me off. And then I thought of that. And I was like, that's right. These are both happening now. We also have, oh, I feel like I know which ones these are. Let's see. There we go. Let's see these. They did something bad, but they obviously got caught. So let's do killers who didn't realize they were being recorded. Not horrible. No. Let's watch these fuckers get caught at least. Video of the kids that were beating up the girl with autism. No, I haven't seen that one. What the fuck?
In 2021, CCTV cameras across Wembley, London captured a woman walking around with a large blue suitcase. On the surface, the footage is completely ordinary. However, this footage would soon become key evidence in one of the most brutal crimes in Wembley's recent history. The incident took place the evening of June 11 when the Metropolitan Police received a call from a man in distress. He was a temporary resident at a house on Chaplin Road, and according to him, the owner of the house, a 67-year-old woman who went by Deborah, was missing. Her phone and glasses, the two things she always kept on her, were also still in the house. But what made her absence most concerning was the fact that Deborah had a history of severe mental health struggles. She was
Creeper, that's the story I just talked about. Yeah. I just talked about that one. The mom is trying to defend what he did. His mom is trying to defend him. And she's so fucking... They were friends. Like the way what she's saying is baffling. How she's saying it is fucking infuriating.
Diagnosed with schizophrenia, and at one point believed that Prince Charles, along with the country's prime minister, were communicating with her through YouTube. Deborah also had no family in the country she could have gone to either. The only people who knew her were those who attended the same church as she did. And speaking with people from the church gave investigators their first lead. One of Deborah's friends, 37-year-old Gemma Mitchell, told officers that Deborah had been depressed and that she went to stay with friends close to the ocean. Unfortunately, this lead turned out to be a dead end, as none of the CCTV cameras
The Duggars know exactly who the fuck they raised. 100% they're defending their boys. I'm not shocked at all by that.
around her home captured her
The
leaving
whole
that morning.
family is crazy.
Investigators also didn't find any records of her using a taxi service or public transport. After 2 more weeks of fruitless searching, investigators had nearly run out of all potential leads. They needed a breakthrough, or the case risked going unsolved forever. Fortunately, the search finally reached its end on June 27, but in the way investigators feared most.
Hi, I just found a body.
Oh, go ahead, caller. What's your emergency?
I just found a body.
I'm so sorry. Sometimes the accent does sound like parody. I'm so sorry. Like, I understand that's how y'all talk. But sometimes I hear things like, I just found a body, and I'm so sorry. Like, low-key at sentences like that makes me think you're faking it. Okay, here's a funny little side tangent. Just a pause, side tangent. Are there any publicly English celebrities that you think are faking it and actually don't have an accent? I think that's a fun one.
Right, okay.
I also accept any Australian famous people that are faking their accents.
Okay, a body, are they breathing?
No, they're dead. They look like they've possibly been there like a few days.
It is good to know that emergency service operators are the same globally. Like, this is a global phenomenon.
Sure. Okay.
A hiker discovered the remains of Deborah on a wooden path next to Bennett Road in Sulcombe, Devon, over 200 miles from her home in Wembley.
Jesus.
The worst part about this discovery, however, was the condition investigators found her in. This wasn't a case of going for a hike and having an accident. Instead, someone had surgically decapitated her head, which was later discovered about 30 feet away from the rest of her body. Autopsy results also showed signs of blunt force trauma to the head. With that, the case shifted from a missing person search to a homicide investigation. However, finding the culprit was going to be easier said than done, largely because Deborah never gave anyone a reason to take her life. Despite her mental health struggles, everyone who knew her described her as extremely kind and compassionate. She was even letting the temporary resident who filed the missing person report live with her for free since he couldn't afford to pay rent. But while investigating those closest to her, investigators noticed something suspicious about Gemma. CCTV cameras captured Gemma walking toward Deborah's home with a blue suitcase on the morning of June 11, the same day she went missing at around 6:30 a.m. Hours later, the same cameras captured Gemma walking back, this time with 2 suitcases. She was also struggling more to roll the suitcases, suggesting that, unlike before, they were now heavy. This made Gemma the primary suspect in Deborah's murder, prompting investigators to look into her more closely, which turned out to be the right move. On the 26th of June, CCTV cameras captured her struggling to load the same blue suitcases into the back of a rental car. She then drove to the same road where Deborah's remains were found a day later. This was enough evidence for the police to obtain a warrant and arrest Gemma on July 6.
Jesus.
Police! Hello there.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, good. There's no answer. Sorry, what's your name?
Sorry, we're asleep.
Are you Gemma?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, Gemma. Just can you hold on a second?
Sure, sure.
Come on, hold on a second.
Sorry, can I
Gemma, do you want to come out?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, just trying to see them.
Hand just over to your hands. All right, Gemma, at this moment, I'm arresting you on suspicion of murder.
Gemma didn't even try to plead her innocence and went with the officers without any resistance, almost as if she was already expecting them to some extent. She also remained silent at the station, answering every question with a cold no comment. But now that she was under arrest, authorities were able to search her home, and it wasn't long before everything became clear. You see, Gemma lived with her mother in their home on Bronsbury Park. The house was worth over £4 million, but it was in rough shape. So they hired a contractor and paid him over £230,000 for the renovations. Unfortunately, the contractor ran away with the money, leaving Gemma and her mother with an incomplete home and no money to fix it. That's where Deborah stepped in. She knew Gemma from church and considered her a friend. So after learning about her struggle, Deborah offered to pay over £200,000 for the renovations. However, in early 2021, Deborah was admitted to a mental facility where she received treatment for her schizophrenia. This treatment seemed to be very effective, as she was now thinking a lot more clearly. It also resulted in her reconsidering her offer to Gemma and withdrawing it completely by early June. She instead told Gemma
she
to
may
sell
not
the
have been in
house
her
and
right
use the
mind.
money to live a good life.
She may
Phone
not have been
records
in her
revealed a
right
message
mind.
she sent to Gemma on June 8, reading, Until you sold house, I won't want you to come to me or my house. I'm stressed to the core. However, Gemma did not take this kindly. And on the 11th of June, she went to Deborah's home with the intention of ending her life.
That's insane.
After committing the crime, she stuffed Deborah's remains in the suitcase and brought it back home, which is why it looked much heavier on the way back, before disposing of her remains in Solcombe 2 weeks later. Her true motive also came to light when investigators discovered a forged will in Gemma's home, naming her and her mother as the sole beneficiaries of Deborah's entire estate. All of this was more than enough evidence to convict Gemma. She stood trial on October 2022 and was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 34 years behind bars. On July 7, 2021, 23-year-old Chandler Halderson went to the local sheriff's office and filed a missing person report for his parents, 50-year-old Bart and 53-year-old Krista. According to Chandler, the two had gone to their family cabin in White Lake on July 2nd to spend the weekend. The last contact he had with them was a message from Krista writing, "Made it safely. Can't get anything through, and yes, it's packed. Going to White Lake today for the parade, and we'll come home Monday night/Tuesday early. Love you lots." It was Wednesday now, and the two had still not returned. Their phones were also going straight to voicemail, leaving Chandler with no way to determine their current whereabouts. Now, the simplest explanation was that they simply decided to extend their stay, and that they weren't able to inform Chandler because of the bad cell signal at the cabin, which was a known issue. However, this was completely out of character for them. Bart was extremely punctual and responsible, and Krista was on the verge of losing her job if she didn't return soon. Chandler was understandably worried about the safety of his parents. To make matters more complicated, they didn't go to the cabin on their own. Instead, they were apparently picked up by friends that Chandler didn't know about. Officers quickly began looking for the couple while Chandler reached out to local media, hoping someone with information on Bart and Krista might come forward. The most obvious place to look for them was the cabin. But when officers arrived at the location, they were surprised to see it completely empty. They had to break open the front door only to find zero signs of recent activity. It seemed like Bart and Krista never made it to the cabin. But if that was the case, why did Krista tell Chandler that they made it safely in her text? In the meantime, Chandler turned to the neighbors to check if any of their doorbell cameras captured anything about Bart and Krista. But that didn't prove very useful either. Without any other leads, investigators went back to the Halderson home to look for any clues. They also brought Chandler in for questioning since he was the last person who saw the couple. Though, until now, Chandler appeared to be a perfect son. Despite living with his parents, Chandler was doing very well for himself. He had already gained valuable work experience in several different fields at just 23 years old, and had even received a job offer from SpaceX. Unfortunately, before he could accept the offer, he accidentally fell down the stairs. This resulted in him sustaining severe nerve damage in the legs, forcing him to reject the SpaceX offer and focus on recovery. He had also been very cooperative with the police up until this point. But, as it turned out, the concerned look on his face was nothing but a complete lie. His behavior started becoming suspicious as soon as he was brought in for questioning. Not realizing he was being recorded, Chandler was seen in the interrogation room putting his head up against the wall, almost as if he was trying to listen in on what the detectives knew, likely so he could adjust his story accordingly. The investigators searching his home also discovered some rather concerning evidence. This included things like missing floor tiles and cabinets from the kitchen, a broken glass pane from the fireplace, and most concerningly, splatters of recently cleaned blood all throughout the house. However, Chandler seemed to have an excuse for everything. He blamed the missing tiles and cabinets on renovations, and claimed the fireplace glass broke while playing with one of his dogs using a tennis ball. As for the blood, Chandler claimed that it came from Krista having excessive nosebleeds, and from Bart getting a deep cut on his leg while doing some repair work at home.
I said that it didn't look like splatters for the
some
luminal.
inconsistencies in his statements. For instance, at one point during the interview, Chandler claimed that he couldn't drive because of his leg
fixed
injuries. But not long
Sorry about
after,
that.
he
I don't know
mentioned
why it was
driving to
muted.
multiple places to celebrate the 4th of July holiday. However, despite their suspicion, investigators had no proof of any foul play from Chandler. That is, until they received a call from a woman named Cress. She was a family acquaintance of Chandler's girlfriend Catherine, and the two had actually gone to her place for dinner on the 4th of July. According to Cress, Chandler visited her farm in Cottage Grove on July 3rd, asking to use her pool. She said yes and went on with her day. But when she came back to check on him an hour later, he wasn't in the pool. Instead, his car was backed up to a wooded area next to the farm, and its trunk was open. Investigators rushed to the location she provided, and not far into the wooded area, they found the dismembered remains of Bart Halderson, wrapped in a tarp and hidden under some foliage. Around the same time, a different group of investigators discovered doorbell camera footage that showed the Halderson home in plain view. According to this footage, Bart and Krista never stepped foot outside on the morning of July 2nd. In other words, the story of the mystery friends picking them up was a complete lie. But when confronted with this evidence, Chandler stopped talking and asked for a lawyer.
You know what happened. We're not going to tell you what happened. You know what happened. You were there when it happened. We're not BSing you, okay?
I wasn't there when it happened today.
We know more than you think we know.
I understand. Right.
There's people that have told us things. We have evidence. We have proof. More has happened. Okay.
It's also not
So your parents never
easy
made
to
it
do,
cabin.
apparently.
I think you know that. Okay. So you're asking for an attorney. We're not going to ask any more questions.
Sam.
Go stand up. You want to stand up? Just come here.
Krista's remains were later discovered in an area near the Wisconsin River as well. Fortunately, investigators were able to find enough evidence to piece together exactly what happened between Chandler and his parents, and why. They found Bart and Krista's phones inside the house wrapped in aluminum foil to block signals, confirming they never left the home. Shell casings found in the basement also confirmed that he more than likely shot his parents before dismembering and disposing of their remains. CCTV footage from a nearby supermarket caught him buying the tarp he used to transport Bart. However, the worst of what he did was revealed when investigators found tiny bone fragments in his fireplace. You see, at around 3 a.m. the night of, a neighbor's doorbell camera captured a strange light coming from the Haldersons' home. It got extremely bright before going out. Put simply, this bright light his neighbor's camera captured came from Chandler trying to cremate his parents. But the fire likely got out of hand and shattered the glass pane, resulting in him abandoning that idea. As for why he committed such a horrific crime, that had to do with his successful career. As it turned out, almost all of it was a lie. He never graduated, never did any jobs he claimed to have done, and thus the offer from SpaceX was a lie as well. Bart apparently found out about it, and instead of facing the consequences of his years-long lie, Chandler decided that it was a better idea to take his parents' lives instead.
Sorry, I see what I did. I meant to click this one and I didn't. They... So, sorry, answering a text message. Sorry, guys. It's a work day as well right now. This is one of those things why compulsive liars, like as soon as you catch, like lying when you're young is one thing, little lies, one thing. But like as soon as you start realizing that someone is like regularly lying to you over dumb little things, I do think you need to take it seriously, even if it's your kid. Because Casey Anthony also was a liar like this. Is it Jennifer, the girl who hired her friends to like, or had her friends try and murder her whole family, but her father survived? She was lying about school and things like that too. Like once we get into lying on this scale, I think, God, there was another instance of a girl murdering her mom because her mom found out that she had been kicked out of school and had been lying about it. And so she murdered her mother. Like that happens so... It's not... Sorry, frequently is not the word. But like, unfortunately, it's very common in cases of familicide, is what I'm seeing in this pattern. Jennifer Pan, yes.
He stood trial in January 2022 and was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole.
Jesus.
On the night of December 28, 2016, a home security camera mounted outside a garage in Albuquerque, New Mexico, captured a seemingly bizarre scenario. It showed a hooded figure walk out of the darkness, gently tip over a trash can, and then disappear into the darkness once again. Not long after, the resident of the home noticed the trash can and came to pick it back up before walking back inside. The camera then captured the light from the garage door getting dimmer as it closed. But before it closed all the way, the door seemed to open again with a flashing light illuminating the driveway. This looked quite random at first glance. However, what happened in this footage served as the start to a brutally violent crime that happened in the same house. The story began earlier that night when 54-year-old Don Fluid dropped off his daughter Sienna at his now ex-wife Christine's house. The next day, Sienna called Don's office, asking if he'd come to work that day. Apparently, he called Sienna every night to say goodnight, but he didn't call the night before, which worried her. And something was definitely not right. Don had never missed work without...
Okay, this is the problem with me knowing this case, because obviously it was not Sienna. She's like a literal child. It was her mother who called because Sienna was so upset. She like wasn't able to go to sleep. But yeah, he was, for all intents and purposes, a very attentive father and was actively getting his life together.
Without prior notice before. His phone was also ringing, but he wasn't picking up, which was very out of character for him. Many considered him the most upstanding person they knew, and it wasn't like him to ghost others out of nowhere. So, two of his coworkers decided to check up on him at his house that afternoon. However, when they reached the front door, it swung open. It was already unlocked. They called out Don's name, but when they heard no response, they decided to go inside. Everything in the house looked very normal. That is, until one of the coworkers went to the garage. There, she spotted a dark red streak on the wall behind the parked truck. She stepped closer to take a better look, only to come across what she was dreading the most. She called 911 and first responders rushed to the scene. Sadly, it was already too late for Don. He had several cuts on his body, a deep cut on his neck, and signs of blunt force trauma to his face. By the time his coworkers found him, he had already been dead for several hours. The Albuquerque police immediately launched a murder investigation. However, the only clue they had was this home security footage. It wasn't clear enough to make out the suspect's face, but the footage did suggest the intruder knew Don's habits quite well. He knew his daily routine, and more importantly, he knew Don wouldn't be able to ignore the trash can if it were lying on the ground, giving him the chance to sneak into the garage while Don picked it back up. This wasn't a random burglar or serial killer who just saw an opportunity. It was likely someone close to Don. Unfortunately, figuring out who this person was turned out to be near impossible. The first suspect police questioned was Terry Lee White, Christine's now husband. Given Don's history of an intense custody battle against Christine and Terry in the past, investigators began to look for any lingering resentment that could have boiled over into violence. However, when questioned, Terry was able to provide alibis for that night that completely checked out. The next two potential suspects were Don's brother Dennis, who didn't have the best relationship with Don, and the landlord Benny Ruiz. But while neither had a strong alibi, there was also no evidence linking the two to the crime scene. With that, the investigation was back at square one. It wasn't until March 31, 2017 that the killer was identified. It turns out the person who led detectives to the truth was none other than Don himself. You see, despite likely getting ambushed by the killer, Don did not go down easy. He fought back and ended up scratching the attacker. This allowed investigators to find foreign DNA under his fingernails and match it against the samples police had taken from the suspects. More than 3 months after the crime, Don's killer was finally identified as 51-year-old Terry Lee White. After clocking in at work as a commercial truck driver, Terry went to Don's place and carried out a plan he had likely been thinking over for a very long time. With the home security footage of him sneaking in.
So they're going to do it as a punchline, but I don't think it's a punchline. Terry is his ex-wife's new partner. So what it was, the motivation that was reported is Terry was pissed because he was getting his life together. And everyone thought, and everyone around him thought he was like this great guy and this great dad who just, is trying to do what he can to provide for his daughter. And he's like, no, fuck you. How dare you? All this stuff, and decided that no, you don't get to try and be better and live a better life. He decided to kill him. I believe his ex-wife was cleared of everything. And basically it was like, yeah, Sienna deserves better than having him as a father, essentially. Respectfully, Volcano.
Don's driveway, showing how premeditated this whole thing was. After a brief manhunt, Terry was arrested on April 3, 2017 in Arizona, about 200 miles from Albuquerque. He stood trial in June 2018 for his crime and was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole.
We're not going to address the fact that she... Okay, whatever. Fine. Fine. I don't know if they were currently together at the time, but there was enough of a link that she was also, investigated because of it. But yeah. His current husband who killed her ex. Yeah, no, this guy, oh wait, sorry, you can't see it. He was with the wife. The other guy was the ex-husband. Sienna is the daughter they shared together. That's why he had issues, which is why they got divorced, which is why they were separated. The new partner killed her ex. Yeah. Alrighty, let's see. Just want to roll with chilling scares today. Let's see. Do you want to see live stream moments?
On the 26th of August 2018, the gaming bar Good Luck Have Fun in Jacksonville, Florida was holding a Madden NFL tournament. It was day 2 of the competition and the venue was packed with over 150 competitors and spectators filling the space. The whole thing was also being streamed live on Twitch to a global audience. Unbeknownst to everyone watching, the live stream was about to come to a sudden, tragic end. At around 1:30 p.m., an armed man entered the building out of nowhere and opened fire into the crowd. The live camera feed just happened to cut to full-screen gameplay just a second before the incident, but viewers could still hear the gunshots ringing through the crowded room. Inside the bar, everything descended into chaos within seconds. Some players dropped their controllers and tried to find cover under the small tables, while others tried to make their way to the exits. Unfortunately, it was a small venue with equipment and clutter everywhere, making it near impossible to get out quickly. Luckily, the firefighters union was training in the area when the attack happened, allowing them to reach the site in just 2 minutes after the first 911 call at 1:34 p.m. They provided critical first aid to the victims who managed to escape the building, but they couldn't go inside to look for more survivors.
Chronicles, the answer is AI.
They were completely unarmed, and while the shooting had stopped by then, the suspect was likely still inside. Fortunately, the police arrived just a few minutes later. They began sweeping the building immediately to find and apprehend the attacker before he caused any more harm. By the time officers reached the tournament venue, however, he was no longer breathing. Inside, officers found the remains of 3 people, 2 of which belonged to the victims. 22-year-old Elijah Clayton.
Why did you write it like that? What? Found 3 bodies, 2 of which belonged to the victims. So I'm assuming you're saying the shooter also is dead? Yes? Why did you phrase it like that?
And 27-year-old Taylor Robertson. The third person in the room was the attacker, who turned his weapon on himself after committing the crime. However, what surprised investigators even more was when they ran an ID check on him and discovered who he was. As it turns out, the attacker was 24-year-old David Katz, a professional Madden player who was competing in the same tournament just 5 minutes before the incident. This left investigators wondering how the situation got out of control so quickly. But the more they learned about David, the more it all made sense. He was born as the second son of a highly educated and stable family. His father, Richard, was a NASA engineer, while his mother, Elizabeth, worked as a toxicologist for the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. Unfortunately, David suffered from mental health issues ever since he was just 9 years old, which became a major point of contention between his parents. Elizabeth wanted to give him antipsychotic medication like Risperdal, while Richard was completely against the idea. This disagreement became one of the reasons behind their divorce in 2007, when David was just 14 years old. His custody was granted to Elizabeth, and that's where everything went wrong. David spiraled out of control after the divorce and locked himself in his room. He missed long stretches of school, and when he did attend, he stayed quiet and avoided interacting with his classmates. Instead, he spent most of his time playing competitive games like Madden in his room, which later paved the way for a professional career. However, his mental health also kept getting worse during this time. He was prescribed antidepressants by a psychiatrist and was also sent to mental health facilities on 2 different occasions. And unfortunately, he didn't have the best time living with his mother either, with him even sending a handwritten letter to a judge to request a change of custody after his 16th birthday, stating, "Today is my birthday and I'm turning 16 years old. I live with my mom and have been wanting to live with my dad. My mom is pretty crazy. She's called the police on me about 20 times for pretty much nothing, like coming home a little late or something. She also gets drunk and starts yelling at me and poking me and doesn't leave me alone and always takes my stuff because she feels like it. She has twice sent me to mental hospitals and once to a wilderness therapy program for no significant reason. I also can never talk to her anymore because I hate her more than anything in the world." All of these problems left David with deep-seated mental health issues that persisted as he became an
Jesus.
adult. He came across as extremely standoffish and rarely got along with other pros in the competitive Madden community. His relationship with Elijah was especially bad, with the two often clashing with each other at tournaments. Elijah also posted David's Madden strategy guide online for anyone to download for free, which only made David feel more resentful. This all came to a head on August 26, 2018, when, after losing to Elijah, David stormed out of the building and returned a few minutes later with his firearm. David had brought his guns with him on the trip, so it's unclear if the attack was
I'm sorry, this is going to sound insensitive to people that have been hospitalized. How was he able to get a gun? Seemingly his mom had him hospitalized multiple times. Now, granted, those were incidences when he was a minor. Also, that's guns, plural.
premeditated or a spontaneous reaction to the loss. One thing that was clear, however, was that Elijah was his primary target. Viewers of the live stream even saw a laser hitting Elijah's chest moments before David opened fire.
Jesus!
Besides Elijah and Taylor, David injured 10 other people during the attack. Fortunately, none of these other victims' injuries were fatal, and they all managed to survive without...
But also, how many of these people could have possibly... Like, this is one of the things that scares me about events like this, and this is something... Everyone gets on me about safety, okay? Like, oh, Amanda's so dramatic about safety. But I'm serious. Like... And this was just at a pizza event, you know? But, like, these guys are just competing. They're competitive the way all professional gamers are. And you have no way of knowing that one of your opponents has guns in his car. You know? Like, you have no way of knowing if that loss is the incident that sends them into a blind rage, you know?
without any lasting physical harm. The Katmai National Park in Alaska is home to dozens of strategically placed cameras to observe the local brown bear population. Feed from these cameras is also
There's no
live
way
streamed
you
on the
have
internet,
live
mainly for
footage of what I
education
think
and
you're talking
entertainment.
about.
Viewers tune in to watch bears compete for the best fish.
If it's Katmai, then for those who don't know, Katmai is where the grizzly man deaths happened of him and his girlfriend. For those who don't know, that attack of them both being killed by a bear was recorded, but there's no video. Basically, it is believed that while Timothy Treadwell was being attacked, his girlfriend, either they had been recording beforehand or started recording out of habit, but the lens cap was left on. So there is audio. It has never been released. It was never released. So if you ever claim to be told, oh, we have a recording of it, it's not real. There are transcriptions available from the few people that have heard it. But I believe it's only authorities. And then Werner Herzog also heard it because he made the Grizzly Man documentary. And it was a friend, I believe former girlfriend of Timothy Treadwell, that ended up getting all of his things, including the camera and the tape. So Werner Herzog listened to it and told her she can never listen to it. She can never listen to it. She needs to have it destroyed. Because it was so horrific. Because you do hear two people being eaten. There's no way there's no fucking way that they have live stream footage. There's definitely been other incidents in Katmai. That's the most famous one, obviously. Especially because Timothy Treadwell documented so much of his life living amongst the bears. He was deeply unsafe in the way that he dealt with wildlife. Even during his lifetime, he received much criticism from specialists and conservationists saying that he was actually doing harm, especially because he was getting one concern that I was aware of is that he was getting the bears used to being around people, which obviously could endanger the bears and people if they were used to, because he practiced no proper safety around them. Zero. No, it was not self-inflicted. He did not intend, he thought he was one with the bears. He thought they were his friends. It's not so much that I don't think he was in his right mind. I do think he was delusional and thought he knew better, as we have mentioned, is very common amongst men in the outdoor space. And so basically, him and his girlfriend were actually supposed to leave Katmai, and they decided to change their flights and stay. And what it was sounding like is one of the bears, what it sounds like is they did not have their food separated from where they were sleeping far enough. And their gear tent was not far enough away from where their sleeping tent was. And so Timothy himself was grabbed. He is yelling at his girlfriend to try and make noise. She starts banging on a pot. She tries hitting the bear with the pot. He tries to play dead at one point. And that works. Playing dead does work at a certain point. However, Timothy tried to get up, and the bear attacked again, and this time did not stop. And so he is telling his girlfriend to run. She is trying to get the bear off of him. And at some point, he stops. You stop hearing him screaming, and you hear her screaming. And again, there is recording. No, I've not heard it because it's never been released, but I have read some transcripts. Okay. There are people that have recited the transcripts, but if you ever hear someone claiming they have audio, it's not real. Okay. It's never been digitally released. It would have to be from someone within the chain of command that would have released it. And they were too late in the season. Yeah. Yeah. That's one of the reasons that they were supposed to be leaving. They were not supposed to be in the park at the time they were there. He decided to stay. And obviously his girlfriend decided to stay with him, even though the bears did make her nervous. And a lot of people reported that she was made nervous by the bears. And they should not have been there. But again, he thought he was immortal. And even then he made videos being like, if these bears get me, that's not their fault. Like he knew that there was a possibility, but he also didn't believe, like he was like, I'm protecting them for if it happens, but they, it's not going to happen because they love me. I am their friend. And there's been reports, because I believe one bear was hunted down. This does happen if there is a bear that kills a human. Because once they consume human flesh, it's kind of the same thing with some other animals. It's like, okay, well, we can't have them craving that and then putting other campers and stuff in danger. So I believe there was one bear that was hunted, and they did have some of their remains in its stomach. However, it was not enough, and some of their remains had been buried, which is a behavior of bears. So there is speculation that the bear was not, the one that was killed was not the one that killed them, is the speculation. Yeah, I think they only killed one. I have heard reports they did kill more. I would not be shocked if they killed more, but I think they thought they had killed one bear because one story I heard, which I don't know how true this is, because they were flown into Katmai. Basically, they were flown into Katmai versus hiking in, and then they would be picked up by plane to be brought back to be going to the main airport, okay, which is where they would then fly home, okay? One report I heard was that no one knew they were dead until their transport came back to wait for them and didn't see them, but saw a lot of bears in the area, so took the air, and then supposedly saw what appeared to be a human rib cage from the air. And that is when that person knew, we need to call authorities. I have no idea how true that one is, because I have heard several different instances. The main thing is that they did not make their transport, and calls were made. I don't know if they get a taste for it, but they're less scared to try again. Yeah. To be honest, don't fuck with bears. Especially don't fuck with polar bears. These are like grizzly bears. That's why they call him Grizzly Man. But polar bears, I think, are the only bears that are like actively are known to hunt humans. But I don't like a bear will do it when they're hungry, or like you're fucking with their cubs. But like a polar bear will fuck you up for the sake of fucking you up. People told him not to stay so late in the season too, because the bears were eating more and more aggressive, getting ready for hibernation. It's just all around sad. It was very avoidable. There are also video clips, because Timothy recorded so much, you know. So it's one of those instances where it's almost like, I'm just making this correlation. I see some parallels to the Ruby Frankie situation, the documentary of the family vloggers. And this is something that I think, you know, we're going to see a lot more of as well going forward in this digital age. Because obviously this is an older case with Timothy, but he filmed so much. And so there is a clip of him getting aggressive with a bear that was getting a little too close and getting a little too ballsy with him. And like there were bears he was like, oh, that's one of the mean ones. I don't like that one. Like it's very... There's a lot that he documented so much. There's so much footage. No, they were eaten. I believe they did not find all of their remains, but they found enough, you know. They were eaten. Girl, your memory is like an iron lockbox. Mine? Dude, my brain is weird. Like, I'm horrible with names, but I will remember a documentary I watched when I was 15. Like it will, things stick. Things are weird. I think he got off on feeling like he had power over these creatures. Really, he got power off of feeling like he was the only one that understood these creatures that were so powerful and scared other people. He was very into, I do recommend to watch any videos or documentaries on him, because it really is fascinating. And like he got amazing footage of these bears because they did get used to him being around to some capacity. It never meant that he was safe. It never meant that these weren't still wild animals that could churn on him at a moment's notice, you know, but he got amazing footage of these bears. Yeah, it's a horrifying way to go. A lot of the transcriptions of that particular video that I've heard and reports that I have heard, it's horrific. Yeah, combo of one, dry ear, staying too late in the season, getting far too familiar, and not leaving the area when he noticed a bear he didn't know at all showing up. Yeah. Even domesticated animals can turn on you. Yeah, I talked about how a few months ago, there was a girl she was 16 and she was killed by 3 pit bulls that she was supposed to be pet sitting. Like you never know. There's a girl on TikTok who had to have her whole nose reconstructed because her family dog that had never bit anyone ever attacked her face one day. Like you really don't know. Hermes does go, you know, so I'm used to that. But like, I don't deny that that's a dog, you know. XL death recently. XL, like extra large, like an extra large dog death. Bears won't bother killing you before starting to eat you, so it can't even imagine what the audio sounds like. Yeah, bears will just start eating. Unlike, let's say, alligators will drown you first. Alligators drown their prey and then will eat. So, like that's where you'll see a lot of humans that get killed by alligators. There's puncture wounds around their bellies, and it's because the alligator will clamp and drag, and then that's usually like the first. There's like reports of drowning often, depending on what kills you first, truly. to have respect for the potential of animals to be unpredictable and dangerous free agents. Yeah, exactly. You know, I mean, obviously, Steve Irwin, you know, Australian treasure for animals, you know, he often talked about, you know, oh, look how amazing this animal is, but it's a dangerous animal, you know. And, you know, the stingray getting him in the heart and piercing him in the heart was just, it is a freak accident, you know, but it's a thing that could happen, you know. There's footage of that too. I don't believe that's ever been released, nor should it, because that is a man dying, you know. Oh yeah, Crocs will do a death roll. No, is it alligators or crocodiles that do a death roll? Where they get you and just fucking start rolling. Croc do the death roll to kill you. They drag you to the water because they have advantage there. Then roll chomp. So it reminds me, boy who saved his sister from a dog attack. When he was asked why he did that, he thought if anyone should die, it should be him. Always brings tears to my eyes. Yeah. People need to have more respect. Yeah. Cross lines with dogs and will ignore warning signs. Crocodiles. All right, I'll continue. I don't think this is what I think it is. Sorry, I just heard Cadmi and it made me think of that.
Spots and get ready for hibernation. But in September 2023, one of these live streams ended up serving
Grizzly Man was way before 2023.
A much greater purpose. On the 5th of September, the camera mounted on the peak of Dumpling Mountain showed a man emerging from the dense fog.
That's
he was
terrifying.
likely a hiker who had climbed the mountain earlier that day,
Scary
but had
as
become
shit.
lost and stranded due to extreme weather. And it wasn't looking good. He was soaked to the bone and was visibly shivering with each step. However, with the little strength he had left, he approached the camera and said something into its mic. It was extremely windy, making his words almost impossible to hear. Fortunately, the one word viewers were able to make out was the most important one. Viewers contacted Explore.com, the company that operates these wilderness cameras, prompting an immediate search and rescue mission for the hiker. But here's the thing, this whole incident was nothing short of a miracle. It was already incredibly lucky that the hiker spotted the camera in the dense fog. But not only was this camera live streaming the footage on the internet, it also had 19 live viewers. He could have easily missed the camera entirely, or the live stream could have had no viewers, since there wasn't that much happening on the mountain at the time. And if that were the case, the chances of him surviving would have been close to zero. First was the threat of hypothermia.
Fog like that, you can get disoriented very quickly. I don't know if you could see the fog surrounding him. Also cold. It looks like he's not wearing a proper jacket for the weather, potentially. It looks like a windbreaker, but there may not be warm enough. And he also could be lost.
Even in September, temperatures on Dumpling Mountain can drop to near freezing, especially when accompanied by wind and driving rain.
What happens with a lot of people, even on hikes, not even just mountaineering, a lot of people don't realize how quickly temperature can drop when you go up in elevation. And a lot of people end up, and they also are not prepared for cold weather or wet weather conditions whatsoever. So you might be wearing, you know, a tank top, a zip up, and shorts in the morning because it's warm and sunny and hot. But depending on where you are, the weather can change on a dime, and you're now 2/3 of the way done. You're like, oh, I'll just finish, haha. And then suddenly you are sopping wet and you can't get dry and your teeth are chattering and you don't have enough food and you are disoriented because you're cold and you're freezing and now you're fucked.
Being wet was also a death sentence, as water strips body heat 25 times faster than air. If he was somehow able to keep moving despite these limitations, he faced the second risk, the terrain. The slopes of Dumpling Mountain are steep, rocky, and in this instance, wet and slippery. One wrong step in the fog could have resulted in him falling down a ravine and possibly suffering a fatal injury. And with no cell service on the mountain, he had no way of contacting emergency services. However, the most terrifying risk was the wildlife.
Yeah, there's also, as I said, as they said earlier in this clip, it was before the hibernation season, so it's the same thought. At any moment, you're already incapacitated, you're slowed down, you're already panicking, and at any moment, you could see a bear. at any moment. And it's the time of the season where a bear is looking for food.
Katmai is home to one of the densest populations of brown bears on the planet. In September, these bears are in a state called hyperphagia, which is a biological drive to eat as much as possible before hibernation. They are active, focused, and most importantly, aggressive. A lost hiker stumbling through low visibility terrain was not a good combination.
Nope.
Luckily, he was able to avoid this grim fate entirely. Rescue workers reached the camera's location within a few hours, giving the hiker a second chance at life. All thanks to those who just so happened to be tuned into the live stream. One of the unsettling things about live streams is how unpredictable they are.
Dude, I don't fuck around about raccoons. I really don't. Raccoons can fuck you up. And people think because they're small, they consider them dogs. And like, there are definitely raccoons that have been domesticated, but you never know.
No editing, no pause button, whatever happens, happens in real time. And unpredictability isn't just something we see online.
Kablam!
Real life has its own version of it too. Sometimes things show up when you're not planning for them. Sometimes you realize you've been putting something off for longer than you should. For me, when life gets busy, scheduling a doctor's appointment is one of those things that quietly gets pushed to the
Oh my
background.
god, I'm so sorry.
It's not that I don't want to see a doctor.
I've worked with ZocDoc. A ZocDoc ad right now is crazy. How dare you do that to me? How dare you?
On the morning of May 18, 2023.
I do like
around 9
ZocDoc. I will admit
30-year-old
they
Demonte
do
Cheryl
help
went
with
live on Facebook.
planning.
However, the purpose of this live stream wasn't to
got
entertain his
us.
viewers or make money. Instead, this was his way of saying goodbye to his family while trapped in a hopeless situation. The day started off like any other for
Raccoons are small in like they're like dog adjacent size, I would say, for some of them.
Demonte at his construction job on Liberty Road Drive in Charlotte, North Carolina. He was assigned to the 6th floor and got to work not long after clocking in. Things were going smoothly until around 9 a.m. when someone started putting in the foam insulation on the ground floor.
Oh god,
This
and they
foam
find a
mixture
body?
was created on site by mixing
Are they
two
finding
different
a body?
chemicals in a machine.
Are they finding a body?
Unfortunately, the foam caught fire from a stray spark, which
Worse.
quickly reached the main apartment building. And since most of its wooden frame was still fully exposed, the fire spread faster than anyone could have imagined. The entire building was covered in thick black smoke, with parts of the
Jesus.
flame reaching 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Around 100 workers on the lower levels were able to escape the building before it became this intense. Over 90 firefighters were also dispatched
As there's
to
a
the
fire
scene,
truck outside
allowing
my
them to
place.
save 15 more people from the fire. Unfortunately, Demonte and his coworker Ruben Holmes were not among the lucky ones rescued. The only way down to the lower floors was covered in thick, pitch-black smoke, making it impossible to see or breathe. All they could do was wait for help to arrive, something that was looking more and
Were
more
they
unlikely with
live?
each passing minute. So, with no other option, Demonte took out his phone and started live streaming to his family and friends on Facebook.
Yo, I'm at South Park right now. At work, and the building on fire, and I can't get out. It's getting harder and harder for them to see us.
This was both a way to plead for help, as well as a potential final goodbye to his
Oh
loved
my
ones.
God.
Although he hadn't lost all hope just yet.
Somebody send help. We're at South Park.
Sadly, the fire surrounding Demonte and Ruben was too
Oh,
strong
God.
for firefighters to do anything. After burning for multiple hours, the building eventually collapsed under its own weight, resulting in both Demonte and Ruben losing their lives. Later investigations found contractors and developers guilty of not following fire safety guidelines. However,
Jesus.
they were let off the hook after paying only a few $1,000s in fines. A GoFundMe to help Demonte's family also raised nearly $8,000. But no amount of fines or compensation could make up for the loss of a father of 4 and his coworker Ruben.
Jesus, it's horrifying.
On November 22, 2016, 19-year-old Anthony Gelia went live on Facebook from Jackson, Michigan.
Well, that's a
He appeared
mugshot.
heavily intoxicated
So-
from alcohol and potentially other harder drugs. He was also extremely angry at something. However, understanding the source of this anger was easier said than done. He was waving his firearm around,
Oh, dear
drinking
God.
even more, and speaking words that were barely comprehensible.
You know what's funny? I could go over there right now and pop a pig in the head. I could go pop a pig in the head. I don't even like my life. Hey, stop! I don't like my life. No, no laws, no nothing for me. I don't give a. I got one in the chamber right now. Baby, stop. I have no problem. Baby, stop.
From what the viewers were able to gather, Anthony was mad at his younger brother, Noah. There was already a lot of tension between the two ever since Anthony's parents kicked him out of the house. But then, Noah apparently sent a threatening message to Anthony, which sent him off the rails completely and resulted in the Facebook live stream on November 22.
It's not off right now. Almost. But almost isn't enough, right? Oh, there's a cop. I'm so scared. What's up? What's up, Ryan? Can someone talk to me? Alright, who wants some beef? Who wants some beef? Alright, if there's just one of you, then I'll fight you. But if there's more than one, I'll shoot. What's up? What's up? I'm crazy. Guaranteed. Guaranteed crazy.
She's in danger, yeah.
Anthony spent much of the early stream making vague threats toward Noah and those closest to him. Now, this would normally be the end of it, but for Anthony, online threats were only the beginning, because he next went to the house where Noah was staying and actually opened fire, all while still broadcasting everything live on Facebook. Maybe he just wanted to scare his brother Noah. Unfortunately, this plan backfired horribly. You see, the bullet missed Noah completely and went through the basement door on the other side of the room. Behind that door was the other resident of the home, 26-year-old Brittany Southwell, who was holding her 7-month-old baby at the time. The bullet hit her in the back before doing irreparable damage to her internal organs. She was rushed to the hospital as quickly as possible, but tragically passed away soon after, leaving her baby without a mother. Anthony was arrested and taken to the police station for questioning. However, even after taking the life of an innocent bystander, he didn't show an ounce of remorse.
Crazy. Who's crazy? Who's crazy? Who's crazy? Stop it. Who's crazy? You have to be.
Again, that's one of those things where it's like you can do everything right. And yet, one person being reckless, one person being out of their fucking mind can, like, kill you. Like, it's like that video. I don't know if you've seen the recent video. I think 75-year-old woman lost control of her car and mistook the brake for the speed and drove 80 miles per hour into 2 to 3 cars that were parked at a stoplight. Same thing. Like, you can do everything right. And, like, sometimes you just never know.
Oh, get out of here. You're dumb. You're being dumb. What's up? What's up? See me in the area of Brotherhood in prison. See me there.
He went as far as to say that he could have killed everyone in that house if he wanted to during interrogation.
Wow.
As if that somehow justified or excused what he did. Anthony stood trial for taking the life of Brittany in May 2018 and was given a life sentence without the possibility of
Don't look at me like that, fucker. Jesus. Let's see. Let's get off this one. Let's pivot. Oh, here we go. Something upbeat. Serial killers that are still on the loose today.
On April 30th, 1985,
Something
a
upbeat.
45-year-old truck driver stopped near a vending machine in Fukuyama, Japan. He was exhausted from work and was looking for an energy drink to help him power through the rest of the day. When he approached the vending machine, however, he noticed something surprising. A bottle of Oranaminsi energy drink was already in the pickup tray. Thinking he'd lucked down on a free drink, the truck driver wasted no time chugging it down.
Oh.
What he didn't know was that this would be the last drink he would ever
Poisoned.
taste. Instead of the refreshing feeling he was looking for, he felt something horribly wrong with his body. A bitter, burning sensation quickly spread throughout his throat, followed by an intense wave of nausea. It wasn't long before he was lying on the road in excruciating pain.
I hate this.
He was rushed to a nearby hospital where doctors discovered a lethal amount of paraquat dichloride in his system.
Paraquat dichloride?
Paraquat is an herbicide that was quite common in Japan at the time. More importantly, it's also highly toxic to humans. When ingested, it can lead to severe nausea, throat inflammation, internal chemical burns, and eventually death. This is also why it's been banned completely from over 70 countries to date.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, despite knowing the reason for his illness, there was nothing the doctors could do to save his life. There's no antidote for the deadly chemical today, let alone back then. So, after hanging on to his life for a month, the truck driver passed away on the 30th of May, 1985. At first, investigators assumed that given the nature of his work, he might have accidentally encountered a toxic substance while on duty. However, after reviewing his haul records, they found no trace of this herbicide or anything remotely linked to it. This left them with only one conclusion: the chemical was mixed into the drink he consumed just moments before collapsing in agony. But with no leads or concrete evidence, they couldn't determine whether it was a murder or self-inflicted act, resulting in the case getting shelved for the time being.
Okay, unfortunately, this is the AI overview. Major poisoning cases in Japan include industrial pollution disasters like Minamata disease, mercury, and Itai disease, cadmium, along with criminal incidents such as the 1995 Tokyo subway sarin attack. Other significant events include the 1985 Paraquat murders and the 1998 Wakayama curry poisoning and recent foodborne outbreaks.
Now, while this might sound absurd today, you have to understand that paraquat was readily available in the country at the time. You didn't need any prescription or identification to purchase the chemical, leading to over 1,400 people using it as the poison of their choice in 1984 alone. In other words, the possibility of it being self-inflicted was just as high. However, just as the investigators were about to give up on this case completely, they received tragic news. Another person had fallen victim to the same poison after consuming Oranaminsi on the 5th of September.
Jesus.
Then another 6 days later, and one more 2 weeks after that. By this point, it was clear that someone was deliberately poisoning
Had an
vending machine
STI and
drinks
thought
across
to use
Japan.
paraquat on either.
This
Now
was
the
the
reason
work
it
of
ended
a
up
deranged
dead
serial
and
killer.
mutilated just from
Unfortunately, this supposed
external
killer was
liberal
also extremely
application.
thorough.
Jesus.
He didn't leave any fingerprint or DNA evidence on the drinks he tampered with, and only targeted vending machines with no CCTV cameras nearby. As for why his victims willingly drank the unknowingly poisoned drinks he left behind, that had to do with the buy one get one free promotion Oranaminsi was running around the time to entice younger consumers. However, since some people only wanted the one drink, they often left the second free drink near the vending machine as a gift for the next person.
Oh.
This was common enough that people didn't find the laced drinks suspicious and drank them without a second thought. Sadly, this method was terribly effective. By the end of the year, this mysterious vending
That's
machine killer
devastating.
had claimed the lives of 12 victims
12?
and had severely injured 35 more.
35?
As I mentioned earlier, this killer was a master of hiding his trap.
Okay, and statistically speaking, it's probably higher because there's probably definitely unreported cases as well of people who didn't seek help and died, and then they were reported later. Like, there's 100% probably, that body count's probably higher. And so it wasn't reported. Or a mass killer no one knows. Yeah. I mean, there are people that are here among us now in the United States that 100% murdered a bunch of people in Iraq. Like, in cold blood. Like, those people are walking around. Like, there's people that do shit like this. There's truck drivers that are probably definitely murdered, like, a roadside prostitute. Like, it's fucking wild.
He operated all across western and central Japan, as well as Tokyo, making it near impossible for investigators.
Yeah, that's so... so much. That's...
to pinpoint
so
his
much.
location. The lack of evidence also made it difficult to figure out his motive. Some speculated that he was doing all this to extort money from Otsuka Pharmaceutical, the company that made Oranaminsi. This is because in 1984, a group called the Mystery Men with 21 Faces threatened to poison food products unless the companies paid them money. So some believed that the vending machine killer was a copycat and wanted something similar. However, this theory didn't last very long because Otsuka Pharmaceutical didn't receive any demands or extortion letters from the perpetrator. Additionally, the killer also began using other drinks, like the drink Real Gold and even Coca-Cola. Hiroaki Iwao,
they
a
would've
Tokyo
gotten me.
professor...
No, you know what? See, this is the thing as well, because I'm paranoid. So, like, even if there's unless there's a bunch of free drinks, like at an event or something like that, I'm not taking one, you know? I'm even hesitant with like trail snacks. When I used to go to Running Canada a lot, they have a like cooler in front of the thing, and it's like an honor system. You like pay, you put money in the slot, and you can take like bananas. It's very nice that they do that. But even those things stress me out, you know?
Of criminal sociology proposed a more disturbing theory regarding the killer's motives. He stated, "It is not uncommon for Japanese who live under tremendous pressure, both on the job and in overcrowded communities, to let out their frustrations by hurting someone else. The person responsible may even wait around to see who buys the poisoned drink. He or she may find this is a kind of exhilarating release from the tensions of life in Japan." But even if this was the truth, it still didn't bring investigators any closer to catching the suspect. Left with no other options, the authorities turned to the public and launched a nationwide campaign on the 27th of September. They placed signs and distributed leaflets telling people to avoid suspicious free drinks and to properly inspect the cap seals on their beverages before consumption.
Oh, yeah, no.
They also instructed
A
vending
destroyed
machine owners
seal
to
is not-
investigate their
no.
stock for any anomalies and told chemical shops to monitor their customers more closely. It's unclear how effective this campaign was, as the number of victims kept increasing even after its launch. But then something unexpected happened. On the 17th of November, the murder spree stopped completely after the death of a 17-year-old girl. She was the only female to have died from the poisoning. It's possible that the person who committed these atrocities had a moral code against harming women, though that's nothing more than a baseless speculation.
Yeah, you kind
Due
of
to the
don't-
complete lack of
or-
evidence that
Or, because I don't know, as I said, a lot of women I feel have a natural distrust of things like that, like free drinks and things like that. You know what I'm saying? Now I don't. Obviously, we have a cultural difference here. I'm American, Japanese. Also, time difference of when this was going on. But I mean, as I said, it's like I would be hesitant for anything free. You know. Also, like, it sounds like this was pretty randomized, very much like the arsenic, the Tylenol murders. So again, it could just be men are more likely to take a free drink. Like it literally, or a child is more likely to take a free drink. The fact that only one child, is that the only child that was poisoned? Oh, it muted, sorry. Hang on, I don't know why.
is one of the most chilling, unsolved mysteries in Japanese history.
Gosh.
Little Rock serial stabber. On April 11, 2021,
It
the
got
Little Rock
worse.
Police Department received a distress call from South Pulaski Street regarding a potential homicide. When they arrived at the scene, they found a middle-aged woman lying on the street with stab wounds all over her body. This woman turned out to be 41-year-old Deborah Walker.
my
She was
God.
homeless at the time and was living on the streets when this incident happened.
Oh,
She was
I hate
quickly
that.
taken to the hospital where medical staff discovered that she had been stabbed at least 15 times.
15?
Despite lying on the street, bleeding for what may have been hours, she miraculously survived and managed to regain consciousness.
Let me see. She was the only child? Yeah. I think it was probably just random and she, you know, just happened to be the one that grabbed it.
Consciousness the same day. Investigators also visited her in the hospital to gather any information she could provide about her attacker. Unfortunately, she was attacked somewhere between 1 and 4 a.m.
Jesus.
It was still dark outside, and all that she saw was that her attacker was a tall, African-American male with a slender build. Now, in most other similar cases, such limited information would hardly be enough to generate any leads. But in this instance, the description Deborah provided
I'm so sorry. Am I reading this right? Ethnicity, Hispanic, non-Hispanic. Race, white, black, American Indian, Asian Pacific. This is weird. No? Am I reading too much into this? I admit I haven't filled out a report of like a victim's report since I was like 19. So this is weird. No? It was a vitamin C drink, which are very common in Japan.
It left the investigators in disbelief. That's because her attacker's profile closely
job
matched the
applications?
perpetrator of another incident that took place
White or
about 8 months
non-Hispanic?
earlier in the
Non-white
surrounding
Hispanic?
area.
Okay.
The victim of that incident was
Feels
64-year-old Larry Eugene
a little
Christian.
weird.
He was living in Little Rock with his daughter Sarah, who was on probation at the time. On the 20th of August,
No, I understand the racist category. That's normal. It was the separate box specifically for Hispanic or non-Hispanic that I felt was odd.
2020, he had a medical emergency and was taken to the hospital in an ambulance. He was discharged from the hospital the next morning. However, when the hospital staff tried to contact Sarah so she could pick him up, she wasn't answering her phone. So they gave Larry the information about a nearby homeless shelter and a bus token to get there. Later that day, Sarah came to the hospital looking for her father, only to learn that he'd been discharged hours ago. She then reached out to the homeless facility Larry was told about, but they didn't know anything
I'm sorry, you did fucking what?
about his whereabouts either. The only option she had was to file a missing persons report and wait for the police to find Larry. 2 days later, on the 24th of August, Sarah received the call she was waiting for. Tragically, it wasn't the news she had hoped for. According to the official report, the Little Rock Police Department found Larry's body on South Gaines Street at around 2 a.m.
To discharge someone and give them the address of a homeless shelter is fucking insane to me. I'm so sorry. When you know they have someone on their way to pick them up, they just aren't there yet.
Identified him by the hospital discharge papers he had on him. More importantly, he had multiple stab wounds on his body and was unfortunately already dead by the time the police arrived.
Jesus.
His death was declared a homicide, and the investigators began looking for clues
Investigate
almost
that hospital.
immediately. This proved quite impossible
Investigate that
at first,
hospital.
since there were no witnesses, and there wasn't anything that could be used as evidence at the crime scene. However, after inspecting the surrounding houses, they had a major breakthrough. The CCTV camera outside a nearby house had captured the suspect walking down the street when suddenly he spots Larry and begins walking towards him. After committing the crime, he tries leaving the area, only to stop, go back, and stab Larry one last time before fleeing.
Bye, Thyre.
As mentioned earlier, this man matched the profile Deborah gave to the police, leading investigators to believe she was attacked by the same person. While looking into older cases, they also connected the same killer to another murder that happened in the area on September 23, 2020. The victim of this incident was 62-year-old Jeff Welch, another homeless man who was living in an abandoned home. On the morning of that day, Jeff's friend found him on the porch of his house with a stab wound on his neck. By this point, the investigators knew they were dealing with a deranged serial killer.
Yeah.
However, just as they uncovered the connection between the three attacks, another tragedy unfolded. On April 12, 2023, a day after the attack on Deborah Walker, another one of his victims was found on the Wright Avenue overpass. The only thing in common with these 4 attacks was that they all involved homeless individuals, and they all happened between 1 and 4 a.m. There seemed to be no clear pattern on how the perpetrator selected his targets. This left the Little Rock community terrified to leave their homes, fearing they might become the next victim of the serial killer on the loose. After realizing the potential danger of this situation, LRPD began spreading awareness about the man who is now being referred to as the Little Rock Slasher. They also turned to the public to ask for any information they could provide on the matter, and even announced a $20,000 reward.
We also need your help. If you have seen anything suspicious or have surveillance cameras on your homes or businesses in this area, please contact us at 501.
Unfortunately, despite
He doesn't need to know them if he thinks they are visibly homeless looking. That could be enough.
having CCTV footage of the suspect, the Little Rock Slasher was never caught. The case remains a mystery to this day.
I fucking hate
Or
that
at least
shit.
that's what the official reports say. While researching this case, I came across an Arkansas-based blog called the Snarky Media Report. The authors of this blog did their own investigation into the slasher case, and what they found was shocking to say the least. Put simply, they claim to have found the true identity of the killer after talking to multiple locals and Deborah,
That's
who,
always
according to their
dangerous.
blog, already knew the identity of her attacker. They also uncovered many details about this supposed killer, including his criminal record, which reveals that he has already served 2 prison terms in Arkansas for felony convictions of domestic violence. Also, his history with drug abuse and how it made him very agitated and violent. The authors of this blog also claim...
Unfortunately, a lot of police do not take kindly to citizen investigators. So for all we know, they did go to the police. And the police are like, all right.
To have contacted the alleged killer's previous landlord, who gave them this image of the perpetrator. Which begs the question, if they know so much about the slasher, including his legal name, why didn't they give this info to the police? That's where the case goes from creepy to bizarre, since, according to them, they've already given everything they had to the relevant authorities. Despite this, the Little Rock police didn't make any progression in catching the serial killer. Snarky Media also published a video of the Little Rock mayor and police chief refusing to answer questions about the case. This seems to hint at something incredibly shady going on behind the scenes. That said, there's no way for me to confirm if the authors of the Snarky Media blog are telling the truth. For all we know, their whole investigation is made up, and this is just some random guy who has nothing to do with the 4 attacks, and it's all a ploy to make the Little Rock Police Department look bad. Most of the information they've gathered seems to check...
I think that's a leap. You can also argue that they made a miscalculation in their research because they're not trained investigators and therefore have identified a false suspect without painting it as this was designed to make the police look bad. Like, 2 things can be possible.
Out with what's released publicly by the authorities. The only discrepancy in their investigation is the age of the suspect. Officials believe the slasher to be young, possibly in his 20s, but the authors of this blog state that the person they found was 46 years old. Unfortunately, this is where the leads end. Whether Snarky Media is telling the truth or not remains uncertain.
It's not
what
about...
is certain, however, is that the...
It's not about whether or not they're telling the truth. I hate this framing. It's not whether or not they're telling the truth. It's whether or not the evidence they have found is credible and relevant. Because you can be certain, on paper, this dude could look like the guy, but it doesn't make him the guy. Because circumstances happen. Face blindness happens, okay? The reality is that Deborah, I'm not denying that she says she saw who she thought she saw, but it's also that she was attacked, and there's a lot that can happen, and she could be confusing this man with someone that she knows. You know, it's not that they're making it up. It's not that it's untrue or that they're lying. It's that what they've been able to be gathered could not be accurate. Yes, it was a traumatic event, exactly. But I don't like this framing, like, I don't know if they're telling the truth. It's not about that. They have gathered evidence, and this is the picture that they are able to pull from the evidence. It could be the incorrect picture. It doesn't mean that they're not telling the truth. You know what I'm saying?
The case remains unsolved to this day. The Little Rock slasher is likely still out there and can continue his murder spree at any moment.
You know, a good example of, someone's also the physicality, they're assuming that it was someone younger, like that they were in their 20s. This isn't someone jumping over walls, this is someone that is stabbing people. And oftentimes, homeless people, because they're not getting proper nutrition, understandably, some are not sleeping well. Physicality, they can be pretty frail. So it doesn't need to be someone who is 20 and super fit. It doesn't need to be someone like that,
Thanks to Trade Coffee
they already
for
had
sponsoring
investigated
this
and
video.
have info
I never
to prove
considered
otherwise
myself
as well.
much of
Exactly.
a coffee person, but recently I found myself getting really into it. On February 17, 1997, 21-year-old...
Okay, we're still going to watch this case, but this is a case that has been brought up again and again and again. And I do think that there are legitimate killings attached to this case. I also believe that unfortunately there's a lot of deaths that get attributed to this case that don't appear to have any legitimate connection other than the fact that the victims were men. So we're still, no, not copycats, more so other things causing death, getting drunk, drowning, things like that, that get tied to the smiley face killer, okay? So you can look this up. I believe there's a movie based on it. We'll watch this, but I wanted to make that note as well because I don't know what victims they're going to bring up.
Patrick McNeil went out with his friends. He spent the evening out drinking with his friends in the Dapper Dog Bar in Manhattan. During this time, he likely drank more than he could handle, resulting in him throwing up in the bar's bathroom before leaving in a highly unstable and disoriented state. Patrick was then seen turning left onto 90th Street, heading in the direction of the East River. This was the last time anyone would see Patrick alive. Following this night out, Patrick vanished into thin air. Despite extensive efforts, authorities found no leads or clues to his whereabouts. That is until April 7, 1997, when Patrick's lifeless body was found in the East River 50 days after his disappearance. Duty Sergeant of the NYPD's Special Investigation Division, Kevin Gannon, was called to the scene to assist with the body's recovery and examination. Kevin had been a seasoned detective for years, and by this point there was little that could surprise him. However, the circumstances surrounding Patrick's death disturbed him to his core. The more he looked into it, the more strange the situation became. For instance, Kevin noted that Patrick's body wasn't decomposed enough to have been floating in the river for a week, let alone the past 50 days. He also found burn marks on Patrick's body, hinting at the possibility of him being restrained prior to his death. Kevin knew that something wasn't right. Unfortunately, due to the complete lack of evidence pointing to the contrary, Patrick's death was ruled as an accident. Kevin kept thinking over this feeling for the next year before coming across a case that reinforced his suspicions even further. On February 13, 1998, another body was found in the same stretch of water. This body was later identified as 22-year-old Lawrence R. Andrews, who had gone missing on New Year's Eve after celebrating the event with his friends in Times Square. After getting on the case, it didn't take long for Kevin to notice eerie similarities between the two cases, as both bodies were found within yards of each other. Both of them were also young Caucasian males and were on track to have successful careers. They both disappeared in one of the most crowded cities in the world without any trace as well. Most importantly, Kevin also found similar oddities in both cases, where the bodies were a lot less decomposed than they should have been, and there were burn marks indicating possible restraints before their death. Lawrence's case prompted Kevin to look for other similar cases across the US. He enlisted the help of fellow detective Anthony Duarte and a criminal justice professor, Dr. Lee Gilbertson. Together, they began investigating these cases, and soon a chilling pattern began to emerge. In total, they found 45 different instances of young men dying under shockingly similar circumstances as Patrick and Lawrence. Most of them went out for a night of drinking, became more intoxicated than usual, disappeared shortly after, and were later found dead in some body of water. Almost all of them were also Caucasian and on track to have a high-paying career like engineering after college. Most disturbingly, however, they also found graffiti of smiley faces near the bodies of at least a...
There's no similarities in these aside from the fact that there is a nose on these two, but even then, the paint is different, the lining is different.
dozen different victims. This led to the three investigators creating the smiley face murder theory. According to this theory, these 45 and possibly many other deaths from the 1990s to 2010s weren't accidents in the slightest. Instead, they were murders committed by a single deranged person or an organized...
So if you guys remember in 2023, I believe, I did a video on this guy Ken on TikTok who was convinced that he had been targeted by the smiley face killer. He was convinced. Problem is that he started documenting the case alongside promoting an app that he was working on as like the head of marketing or a CFO. And so he started doing brand deals and making light of it and trying to like kind of profit from it. The experience he had is scary, but I don't think it was particular. Like the way I tried to be patient when he was sharing what had happened. But it very much seemed like an instance of a man experiencing an average night out as a woman and being convinced it's a serial killer. In that he went out with his friends and got drunk, was leaving, and a car with some people in it was like trying to offer him a ride and pick him up, and he was like, no, and didn't go in the car. And then the car drove off, and he was convinced that like he was being targeted by like a serial killer group. And then he learned about the smiley face murders and he was like, this is it. I think he lived in Chicago or still lives in Chicago. where some reported cases for the smiley face killers are based. So, yeah, I touched on this extremely briefly in a video years ago. The smiley face is a, you know, because like it is, I highly doubt there is like a serial killer ring that is just happening to murder men in bodies of water. Especially because, frankly, we don't know a ton about some of these victims. Hermes, babais. But there's also the possibility, you know who also likes dumping bodies in water? The mob. You know, like, thank you for subscribing, Yudi. Hold on. You won the Swell Grand Prix. Thank you for subscribing. You know, so it's like, it may not be a serial killer, it might be a hit. You know, it could just be, who knows? The mob. Yes. Like crime groups, okay? And they usually don't categorize those the same way, you know, as some of these also could be a hit, stumble, and a jump. You know, they kind of leap to, I don't know how many of these bodies that have been recovered are, there's evidence of like actual foul play other than drowning, you know. Yeah, disposing of especially in places like certain parts of it's like don't drink from the Hudson River, don't swim in the Hudson River, because there are reports of like, oh yeah, when we would recover bodies from them, their skin would just slough off. It would just like into the water because it's fairly common. There's also people that get drunk and think they can swim. So, you know, it depends. No, I'm not American. I apologize. No, it's fine. It depends. The mob is more Irish. Mafia is more Italian. That's the bare bones explanation. Similar functions, depending on who you talk to, is made up of human parts. Some of it is. Some of it is. Yeah. For the main thing you need to understand is organized crime. That's the consistency. Low key. Yeah. It's a little bit more, it's organized crime. So it's like crime syndicates.
This group of serial killers. This is the only logical explanation they could find to justify the many oddities and similarities in these incidents. That said, while this theory makes complete sense to some people, others aren't convinced one bit.
Make it found in the water in and around Chicagoland area every year. Some we don't even hear about anymore so often.
Faces, one of the most common graffiti symbols with murders, is just absurd, stating, "It's not an unusual symbol.
Yeah.
If you look in any area 5 miles square..."
And it's also the fact that I'm so sorry, there's so much variation in the smiley faces. If it was the exact same fucking smiley face every single time, maybe you'd convince me. But it's different smiley faces.
Bet you could find a smiley face. The FBI also completely denied this theory in a statement, reading, "The FBI has reviewed the information about the victims provided by 2 retired police detectives who have dubbed these incidents the smiley face murders and interviewed an individual who provided information to the detectives. To date, we have not developed any evidence to support links between these tragic deaths or any evidence substantiating the theory that these deaths are the work of a serial killer or killers. The vast majority of these instances appear to be alcohol-related drownings." However, despite these setbacks, the 3 men have stuck with their theory. They're still working on finding evidence to back their observations. That said, if their hunch is correct, it would mean one of the most wicked serial killers in American history is still at large today. I-70 killer. Robin Fuldauer was a 26-year-old Indiana University graduate who was working at an Indianapolis Payless shoe source store near I-70 in 1992. The 8th of April was supposed to be her day off. However, just as she was getting ready to relax at home, the employee who was supposed to man the counter called in sick. Left with no other options, her manager called Robin and told her to cover the shift instead. Robin wasn't very happy about this emergency shift change, but she reluctantly agreed, arriving at the store at 10 a.m. and starting her shift as usual. Unfortunately, her day was about to get a whole lot worse. Everything seemed normal until 2 p.m. when the manager called the store for a routine check. To her surprise, Robin wasn't picking up the phone. She kept trying for a few minutes before giving up and calling the Speedway gas station neighboring the shoe store. One of the gas station employees, a friend of Robin's, went to the Payless store to see if she was doing okay. However, what she found inside left her confused. The store was in slight disarray and some of the shoes were missing from the shelves. The cash register was also open and there was no money in it. Most concerning of all, there were no signs of Robin anywhere. Her friend called out Robin's name, hoping she was just in the back and would respond. But when she didn't hear anything from Robin after minutes of standing in the store, she became worried and called the police at around 2:20 p.m. The cops arrived within minutes and began searching the store for clues on Robin's whereabouts. And it wasn't long before they made a devastating discovery. They found Robin lying in the store's back office, covered in blood. It was already too late. During questioning, an employee from the store across the street claimed to have seen a strange man loitering around the shoe store a couple hours earlier. According to this employee, the man sat on the curb for about a half hour, rifling through his bag and staring at the Payless store. They then saw the same man a few minutes later trying to hitch a ride back to Interstate 465, which was about a quarter mile from the store's location. Unfortunately, they were too far away to get a good look at the man's face. Given the money stolen from the register, and without any other leads, investigators filed this as nothing more than a robbery gone wrong. However, they couldn't have been more wrong. Because just 3 days later, something similarly tragic happened to 23-year-old Patricia Smith and 32-year-old Patricia Makers. The two were working at a bridal shop in Wichita along I-70. The incident happened a little past their usual closing time as they were waiting for a customer who had a pickup. When they saw a man approaching the store, they assumed that it was the customer. However, this man drew a gun on the two after entering the store, took them to the back, and executed both with shots to the back of their heads.
Jesus fuck.
As the killer was leaving the store, he crossed paths with the actual customer the girls were waiting for. Without hesitation, he aimed his gun at the man and ordered him to head to the back of the store. But the customer defied his command and ran, narrowly escaping with his life. He
Holy
later
shit.
helped the police draw a sketch of the killer.
Holy shit.
Unfortunately, the sketch didn't provide much of a breakthrough. By this point, the authorities were certain they were dealing with a serial killer, but despite their efforts, the killer's spree continued. By May 7th, he had taken 3 more victims in small, low-traffic stores along the I-70 highway. By the time investigators managed to compile a few more sketches, the I-70 killer stopped his quest and went into hiding. That is until 1993, when he claimed 3 more victims along I-35 in Texas. He tried to hide his identity by changing his weapon, but the investigators were quick to notice the similarities. One of his victims, Vicky Webb, also managed to miraculously survive after
Holy
getting
shit.
shot in the neck. If he were ever caught, Vicky's testimony would have been crucial in bringing him to justice. Though, the I-70 killer was never found, and the case went cold for nearly 3 decades. However, then, in 2021, investigators released CCTV footage of a murder that happened in 2001. The suspect in this footage looks strikingly similar to the I-70 killer's sketches, potentially giving authorities the
Holy
lead they
shit.
need to finally catch him. It's likely only a matter of time before he runs out of places to hide and is captured. But for now, he's still out there, evading police and leaving the case unresolved.
See, I don't understand. Obviously now we're in 2026. Everyone knows too many people now. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think things like this could happen in the same way now. Like, I feel like someone would recognize this dude, you know? Like, if we just had another 10 years, they would recognize this dude, you know?
We can only hope he doesn't take any more victims in the meantime.
God, how old was he when he was doing the murders? Jesus. Okay. Let's see. Forest encounters from
The events
Chezoid.
took place in 2014 and are still remembered by many as a real-life nightmare.
Okay. The Cyan
Siberia,
Wilderness.
the Western Cyan Mountains. This is Sergey. Sergey is an experienced hunter, hardened by years in the wilderness.
No, he
a
didn't.
true professional. What
These
he
are serial
encountered there
killers
was
that are still
terrifying.
out there.
Something unlike anything you've seen before. The channel where
Oh,
the
this is
chilling
the bear.
footage
We've
of
seen
Sergey the
this.
Hunter was uploaded in
We've
February
seen this.
2019 is called Bad Pioneer. This
Yeah.
channel does not belong to Sergey. Soon he fired a shot.
Yeah, we've seen this one. Oh, we've seen this one too. It's a dead body.
Yeah, I'm sitting here. I promise.
We've seen
Having
that.
never been robbed before, the cyclist later told Cape Times, "I know it's a cliche, but in that moment, I wondered if I was about to become another
I'm so sorry. Can I be honest? No one wearing that fuck ass hat is gonna take my shit. No one wearing that hat is taking my shit. I don't care that you have a gun. I refuse. You better just kill me. Cause like, I'm gonna try and beat your ass. I might not succeed, but you're not taking you're gonna have to kill me. You're gonna have to kill me. Cause that hat is dumb. Hold on, let me back up.
That's all I got on me.
You're not wearing this fuck ass hat to rob me. It's just not happening. It's not. You're absolutely not. The sun is shining. I don't care what the weather is. You're not wearing that. No. Those hats are very comfortable in the snow. I understand. But you're not wearing that to rob my shit. You know, if I see you like out and about in town with it, cool. Totally chill. But you're not robbing me with that hat on. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You're also not robbing me if you're wearing a Pokemon shirt. Like a Pokemon shirt, totally cool. But you're not taking my shit while you're wearing a Pokemon shirt. Absolutely the fuck not. Like there's certain things, I'm so sorry. Like it's cool if you wear them. You're not robbing me while wearing it. It's just not happening. Absolutely not. I'm beating your ass. You better just try and kill me. Because I refused to do a police report where I have to say the words, he was wearing a pom-pom hat. I refuse to say those fucking words. He was wearing a Charizard t-shirt. It's not, that's not going in the fucking report. It's not. You're gonna have to kill me. I'm either beating you up and walking away with my shit, or you're gonna have to kill me. Those are the only two options.
Having never been robbed before, the cyclist later told Cape Times,
Is he wearing sandals?
"I know it's a cliche, but
No, he's
in that
wearing
moment,
sneakers.
I wondered if I was about to become another statistic. If my two boys would grow up without a father, this wasn't a lone attacker. It was a
For
group of
the
robbers.
bike?
One man took Malcolm's bike, while another frisked him with a knife in hand. Luckily for Fox, the assailants
I'm so
had
sorry.
no
Yeah,
idea
you're-
they were being filmed.
You're gonna have
Fox
to. You're gonna have to. With this big, no idea they were being filmed, with this big ass fucking GoPro on top of their head. Okay. Weakest grip on the gun, even with if the knife, I don't care. You're gonna have to kill me. Cause you're not taking my shit. I fucking refuse. I fucking refuse.
Fox said, "The footage is so clear, I hate to think he could have gotten away with it." As it turned out, the robbers did not get away. The suspects were arrested thanks to the GoPro footage, and all of Malcolm's belongings were recovered. All because of one small camera.
I'm so sorry. If I have to identify you with that fuck ass hat. You're not taking my stuff. Like, we won't get to this point. Like, you're gonna have to kill me. I'm so sorry. They also all seem fairly young. That other kid in the footage is a child, it looks like. I think I can take you. I'm so sorry. I might die, and that's a risk I'm willing to take, because the alternative is you robbing me in that fuck ass hat. Well, officer, he looked like a nerd. You're so right. Like, is that even a real gun? I genuinely can't even tell if it's a real gun, or is that a fucking... I'm so sorry. Hey, I'm looking at the gun now. I was ignoring it for most of this because I was focused on the hat. Is that a water gun painted gray? Is that a fucking water gun painted gray? Is that one of those little point and shoot water guns painted gray? Is that why he's waving it around? It doesn't have any weight to it. Hang on.
Luckily for Fox, the assailants had no idea they were being filmed. Fox said, "The footage is so clear.
Let me see him walk up with it again. Let me see him walk up again with it.
As it turned out, the robbers did not get away. The suspects were arrested thanks to the GoPro footage, and all of Malcolm's belongings were recovered. All because of one small camera.
Give me your bike. Like, what are we talking about? The ways what give me your gun. Like, at least pretend. It's like he doesn't realize the weight of it in his hand, you know? Matilda. Okay, whatever.
YouTuber Trevor from the channel Summit or Nothing set out on
Summit or Nothing.
His channel already features dozens of videos documenting his journeys through rocky landscapes and forested
And
trails.
look, might just
This
be a
time,
light gun.
however,
Gotcha.
He embarked on a solo adventure across the misty expanses of Dartmoor, planning to spend the night in the wilderness. The video is titled, "I Am Not Alone, Eerie, Scary Solo Camp." The path was not an easy one, but after pushing through, he eventually found a cozy spot to set up camp among the fog-covered hills. He pitched his tent and settled inside. As evening fell, a dense fog rolled over the area, and everything around him became eerily silent. Trevor lay down, hoping
We'll probably wrap up after this because I do gotta edit.
for a quiet rest.
And I've been
suddenly a
live
strange
for
noise
5.5
outside broke
hours.
the silence, and
Like an
instantly
insane
set off
person.
alarm bells in his mind. Summoning his courage, he called out to the unseen intruder and decided to find out what was lurking nearby.
Hey!
Someone's trying to get in your shit, dude.
Someone eating my poles. What are you doing?
Bro, what
Don't eat my
the fuck
pole.
is that? Is that a horse?
No.
Is that a horse?
No. No. No.
Is that a curly pony? It's Hermes in horse form. It's a curly pony.
Go on. Go away. You're eating my ropes. You're going to snap all my ropes, you little git.
Him laughing is taking me out. Why is this a disturbing encounters? This is not scary. This is not disturbing. It's a fucking horse.
You're not coming in here.
Peter, the horse is here.
Good boy.
Why is this in here? Yeah, Dartmoor.
To his relief, the mysterious visitor turned out not to be a predator or a malicious stranger.
You're an idiot,
but
Cheslor.
simply a wild horse, curious about his tent.
I'm sorry, that's so fucking
After this
funny.
brief encounter, the rest of the night passed without incident.
That's so fucking
The
funny.
next morning, Trevor packed up his camp and left the misty Dartmoor behind, safe and unharmed. Back in 2017, a cyclist was filming his ride through a dense, shadowy forest
What do we
when he
think?
stumbled upon something straight out of a nightmare.
Tripwire? Or man with gun? Man with... Oh, it's a clown! It's a clown video! Evil clown. Evil clown. I'm sorry, I missed the clowns. I do. Bro, why are you getting closer? Are you dumb? Yeah, you should leave. The fuck?
He even thought about riding closer, assuming it was just a scarecrow or an abandoned dog.
No, fucking
But the nearer he
leave.
got, the stronger the unsettling feeling grew.
Fucking, this is dumb.
Something was off. Very off. Without a second thought, he turned around and rode away. Seriously, who in their right mind would stand motionless in the middle of the woods in a clown costume, staring into nothing?
It's from 2017. The video.
In the middle of a wooded area, there was a small bend and a stream. Nearby stood a dense grove and a hunting stand. The man filming, along with his wife, recorded everything that was happening. They climbed up into the stand and simply waited for animals to appear, capturing whatever passed by. You can spot squirrels, 2 raccoons, and so on. But soon, something strange occurs. Watch and listen.
I didn't even hear it.
Sounds like screaming.
I don't know. Big feet mating.
At first they thought it might have been some kind of vehicle, like a motorboat passing along the river. But could those sounds have been something more mysterious? Was it a mountain lion? A wolf? A bear? What do you think? Who could that roar belong to? Here's another similar video, where a man named Jim Hammer uploaded a clip and asked his friends to help explain what he might have heard that day. From deep in the forest came the roar of an unknown creature.
Whoop! Whoop! I don't think this is important. Anyways, we're over this. End of video. Okay, let's see. Who can I raid? Do. Why is I forgot I follow Dan Clancy. All right, I'll raid Nandre. We're raiding Nandre. Have fun. Playing Rivals of Ether with Murphy of. Have fun. Bye.